The intention of justice is to see that the guilty people are proven guilty and that the innocent are freed. Only we have a problem here.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are taking a look at this case from a psychological perspective.
Fun. Everybody was having a good time.
Does Brian Albert strike you as the kind of guy who's always having fun? No. And here's a news flash for this judge. Mental health professionals have solutions.
They made an arrest. I got the guy for Danny.
It was like a mix between sadness and anger, because that's the moment for him when he really started to believe that his mother was involved.
The only corresponding records in the other databases are from previous days.
There is a huge psychological component to what was going on here. And according to this group, Brian Albert Jr. gets like the most celebrated birthday hour of anybody ever. Like every 30 seconds, someone's like, "Happy birthday!" John totally seemed like such a cool guy.
John makes me like the coolest.
Somebody jumps in as a journalist, draws attention to it in a light that is not good for the prosecution. I mean, and there are serious allegations of corruption in the DA's office and the state police.
It's not like his 21st birthday.
What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to go with the seahorse, because certainly I've gotten a lot of love from everybody today, which feels nice.
You are very, very loved. And I can't believe we get to spend your birthday with you. Happy birthday!
Text messages read back as if he's the aggrieved party.
Hold on. Have each of you been called murderers?
Who wants to be the one to give Matt the bad news?
I wanted to prove, or to demonstrate.
I don't know where the dog was. I didn't hear any barking. Her name is Sunny. She was named after Santino Corleone.
To the side, in the side yard.
Say hi, everybody. There's my Johnny. Hello. That's my Johnny.
Sunny barks if you walk by my window and sneeze. You're not really going to deny this, are you?
It's so weird. It's like the Inside Out, upside down. And Narnia.
Really?
I would get at some point in a timely fashion and then turn it over.
Know if we had it enough, or we had it all, I should say.
Kill me. Not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be asystole.
Means death. 3 separate tab IDs. The thing he had to encourage her to do was not to testify.
You know, and Julia Albert responds to the text message from John, and she goes, "My biggest fear in life is ending up on Turtle Boy."
Stop it.
Oh, you never seen that? Oh, I got it.
You're not going to like this, though. You're going to disagree with me on
Just say it. I like the
disagreement.
conflict.
Okay.
Yeah, the disagreement.
Let's say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
People are terrified of him. They're absolutely terrified of him. And how do we know that? We know that from Mega Motion. Just another day for me, right? Which means it was just not an ordinary day for somebody else. Just when you thought you were out, they pull you back.
Karen Reed plots. She fabricates a conspiracy.
I am just a person who likes to understand. That's going to increase the likelihood that we're going to take some action.
Here she is.
My sister Jillian, yes.
It's funny. But then he's got part of his shirt untucked. His back pocket is kind of hanging out.
He has to buy that. So, he has to buy that. So,
And showing solidarity, you can see them there.
It's about getting justice for John O'Keefe. There clearly is an issue of integrity.
How dare they?
Justice for all. Only we have a problem here.
Mm-hmm. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yay! So welcome everybody. This is the I Don't Belong Here show. And of course, I am your host, Samantha Beningo. As you know, and are probably very well aware by now, I am a behavioral scientist, a career psychotherapist, still a 6th year till the fall PhD candidate in clinical psychology, a master's level psychologist and counselor. Yeah, and what a day today was, right? So much going on. We had the news. Was this today? My days are like blending that Alec Murdaugh is going to have a new trial. Then we had this crazy sentencing for Corey Richens. Happy birthday, Eric Richens. I've never seen anything like this. I don't know if this is even like, this was a sentencing hearing. Has anyone ever seen this? The defense is like bringing in person after person to read letter after letter to try to beg, basically, for Corey Richens not to get life without parole, which is exactly what she did get. And going into the hearing, that is exactly what I suspected she would get, right? Particularly because in Utah, it can be overturned, right? So, I mean, look, it is what it is. And we will definitely be talking more about this sentencing hearing because she can't help herself, guys. We got to hear from Corey, of course, right? She, of course, she loves to talk, obviously. I'm surprised. They must have really talked her out of testifying because it surprises me that she didn't insist upon telling her side of the story. Because she seems to want to talk at any chance she gets. And so she did. She read a letter that was like 80 pages long to her 3 sons. And it was very interesting. And it would probably take me, months to properly analyze all of it because it was long. And the one takeaway I had, just knee jerk, was like, this woman is so immature, right? Like if you hadn't had contact with your sons for, I don't know, 4 years or something. It's been a long time. I was surprised how long it's been because the Richens family the Richens family is essentially denying her any access to the boys. Makes sense. So she's got no contact with them. So this is like her one chance to hopefully someday get a message to them that they could initiate an opportunity to hear at some point. And I'll tell you, it was like, this is what you want them to know. If you could say anything to your 3 sons, like this is what you want to say. I just think it's a mess. But we will definitely be speaking a lot more about that sentencing hearing because a lot happened. And of course, the defense is asking for a new trial. I can't imagine on what grounds, but I'm sure they'll have a laundry list. This group of attorneys, they're very enabling, these 2 attorneys. Have we noticed this? Like, what were you thinking allowing this many letters to be? It's egregious. They're like the worst attorneys. I don't know who these women are, where they came from. They're very enabling of Corey Richens and her BS. There's no remorse, right? How are you going to be lenient on a woman who won't admit she did anything wrong, right? She's pulling, I'm creating a new verb. I'm calling this level of gaslighting the McAlberts, right? When you just refuse to acknowledge reality and you're like, I'm innocent. The world is against me. I'm innocent, right? That's McAlbert is my new term for that. And she's doing that, right? Locked in, loaded. And now they want a new trial. It's like, oh, the taxpayers of Utah should spend another $1 million to fight this. And I promise you that she got the most fair jury she's going to get. Those people, when we heard from them, seemed quite steadfast, to be fair. They didn't want to convict her. But I promise that the next group will not be as nice. The next group will convict her in even less time. So, it will be fun for me, personally. Will I benefit if she has another trial? Yeah. But I think it's a colossal waste of time and effort for everybody. So I hope it doesn't happen. But But we have to turn our attention to what I promised we would do tonight, which is finally we have come to the end, to the final episode in the series that I have been working on tirelessly forever, The Innocence, where you are all going to finally get to see what I believe has happened to John O'Keefe. And the funny thing I have to tell you up front before we start this is that I went into this, I had no idea, you guys. I had no idea the level, like the degree of project that I was taking on. No clue. Like, I thought I was going into, oh, I'm just going to, find out like, why aren't anyone, why can't the people in this house give us any information about what they were doing before John and Karen arrived? I didn't realize that by asking that question, I was going to be also inadvertently like trying to solve the whole case. I didn't know that's where we were going, right? So once I got to the end, like the final episode, I wound up, you're going to laugh, it's ridiculous. I wound up with like 6 hours of video because it's a massive undertaking. Like, it's a massive undertaking. I have a separate video on just the Jeep, like what the whole story is with the Jeep nonsense. There's a whole video just on Colin Albert. There's a whole video on like Karen and John. It's like separated into quadrants. It's an insane undertaking. I can't even tell you. So today I really like had to every ounce of discipline that I have in my body, you guys, I had to try and like muster it all together to be able to stick to an under 90-minute video of what I think happened here. Because if we are going, this is very serious. I'm very serious right now. If I'm going just based on the testimony of the witnesses, if I take all of the other stuff that we know, all of the evidence and reports and documents and videos, if I just put all of that aside and I'm only looking at the witnesses, it's a little bit shocking how much they give us with their testimony. It's like stunning to me now, because now it's so clear. Like, I can see it so clear. I'm shocked by it. And like every day I'm re-shocked. It's shocking. I've been doing this forever. How am I still shocked by this? I don't know. I have no idea. But every 15 minutes, I think I'm going to go like grab a new clip. I think I'm going into like, find some clip we've all heard from Jen McCabe 1,000 times over the course of the last 2 years. And all of a sudden, I hear like a sentence that is completely new. And I'm like, what the fuck? I've heard this clip 1,000 times. How am I only just now realizing what she's saying? Like, how is that even possible? So I have learned a lot in this process, right? Like, for example, I have learned the question that you're asking is going to drive the answer that you get. And it's very specific because if I'm going in and I'm like, what happened? And it's this very big, massive, general question, then my brain doesn't even know what we're hearing to like listen for. And because there's so much testimony, this goes on for weeks, twice, right? So months, twice. Because there's so much testimony and it just goes on and on, it's tough to just sit there and listen over and over again. So none of us naturally want to do that, obviously. But that really is, and that was the only way to ultimately come to the conclusion that you're going to see in just a bit. But that is how I arrived at what I believe in my heart of hearts has really happened to John O'Keefe. And I'm going to explain, and this is really what tonight's episode is all about. It is what I think happened and why I believe it. Now, the truth is, every episode to this point has also been that. So you already know a lot of this, but tonight there's even more. And I'm trying, like I said, using every ounce of discipline in my body to streamline the discussion and not spend hours and hours analyzing testimony, because I will tell you, it's shocking. It's shocking, you guys. I can't even wait till you see some of this stuff. I can't, like Sarah Levenson's testimony in trial number 2. It is probably, seriously, I'm not even dead serious. It's probably the most important testimony in the entire trial across the board, because it's, I mean, once you get past the veneer, but you got to get past the veneer, right? You got to learn how not to see the bullshit and just get behind it. And it took me a very, very long time to do that. So, but now that I can, I'm going to show it to you, and it's shock. This stuff is crazy. This case is insane. It's insane. And that's the other thing I want to say before we start. There's so much information here. You have to be careful. I will say it this way. I love Karen Reed's. Karen Reed's attorneys are they're my heroes. Okay. So I want to start by saying I idolize them. Like Alan Jackson is a hero, like superhero in my mind, right? And he is, and he will always be. And Karen's attorneys are asking different questions than we are. They were asking, how do I get my client, Karen Reed, acquitted from all of these charges? And we are asking, what happened to John O'Keefe? Now, there is a tremendous amount of crossover on these topics, and the information is coming from the same places, but the question is going to drive the answer. So for them, you have to be careful not to just follow them, right? And it took me a very long time to stop doing that. Like, I had to stop following them into the garage. I had to stop following them into the basement. I had to stop. You got to stop following her lawyers. And it, like I said, it's hard to do because I love them. I love them. I adore them. I want to follow them. I also have to check my personal bias. Like, it is so difficult for me to believe that this many people could have, these innocent people like Sarah Levenson could possibly be lying, committing absolute perjury to cover up the death of a police officer. Couldn't happen. That's a bias, right? And it's so strong that it blocks my ability to see what's in front of me. So finally, I have gotten to the place where I really believe I'm able to check all of that, but it's very hard. It keeps popping back up. So that's why these are long episodes. They're long because I want you to know where I'm coming from completely. I want to be very clear that this is not a knee-jerk opinion, that I'm not just pulling stuff out of air, that the opinion that I've come to is really tried. And I will encourage you guys all to scrutinize my opinion, like test it out, like put it through the ringer, because I want all of us to understand, right? Like to understand, to see it all, to get it, to understand where these witnesses are coming from. I think at the end of the day, that's the only way we're ever going to get to the truth. And it's going to take all of us to do it together. So before we do, I want to just read some of these and then we're going to get started. And like I said, one more thing I have to not forget. Like these guys, these people are not rocket scientists, guys. They're just not rocket scientists. Like they're not. They're absolutely horrific witnesses. They're terrible liars. They are transparent as hell. Once you crack the code of each one of them, it is shocking how bad they are at this. Like really bad. So it doesn't take much to see it once you are at that place. Like once you crack the code, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe I spent the last 2 years, the last year, almost every day, like scratching my head when this jackass has been saying this in front of me for the last 2 years, right? So that's what's going to happen, I guess. My guess is, because that's what's happening to me every time I go back in and I'm listening to testimony. I can't believe I missed it. How did I miss it? Like, how did I miss that Brian Albert had the dog with him after he got home? How did I not know that? How did I miss that? Explain that to me. How did I was doing gymnastics to try to get the dog, like the dog is outside, the dog is jumping fences, the dog is in the basement, the dog is on the roof. The dog is everywhere but with Dad. Even though Dad tells us with his own mouth that he was with the dog and the dog was with Dad downstairs with all the people in the house. How crazy is that? So that's what I mean. It's crazy. Just wait. Wait till you see this. It's going to shock you. It's shocking to me. It blows my fucking mind. It really does, you guys. Oh, these people. All right. So let me get to some of you. Oh, yay. Oh, we got our new YouTube member. Welcome. Shh. I'm going to read this right. Shaniger Schman 6202. Welcome. So happy to have you. Got a bad feeling? Hi, got a bad feeling. Hi, Samantha. You look gorgeous as usual. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate you more than words can express. Love you. And I appreciate you more than words can express. I love you too. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for supporting. Wait till you see this Got a Bad Feeling. It's insane. Wait till you see it. It's shocking. It's shocking stuff. Hi, Cubert2407 sends $9.99. Hi, all. I'm still trying to process the fact that the House defendants are having a fundraiser at the Canton Club, otherwise known as the Good Old Boys Club. Oh, Hubert, I love the information that you have because you're such an insider. Yes, and it's apparently they're like raffling off signed Brian Albert posters from the show, the TNT show, Boston's Finest. It's also very difficult for me to imagine like all of them in a black tie type affair. So yeah. We really do need to have somebody on the inside, right? We just need to know what this looks like. I mean, just for fun, really. And here's the thing, Hubert. These people, these are after tonight, and we can talk about it later, but there's really only one conclusion that you can come to after you see what I'm about to show you. Like, there's no way around the level of sinisterness. Like, there's no way around it. There's no way around how horrifically, like, inhumane these people have to be to have done this. So that speaks to, I guess, what they're capable of. So on one hand, I guess that's pretty scary. Right? I mean, obviously, Hubert, you're there, so you know what they're capable of. I mean, I'm sure you know people that are being threatened by them actively right now. I know people that are being threatened by them actively in Canton right now. That's how they roll. So am I surprised? Is that the Good Old Boys Club? Absolutely not. At 384 sends $49.99. You are a superstar. So are you. Thank you so much. That's so generous of you. It's so kind. Thank you. Thank you. I so appreciate your support. And we have another new member, James Lynch, 6171. Welcome, James Lynch. We are super happy to have you. All right, let's get this show on the road. Here we go. So this is it. I took out the open and all of that. So we're just going to get right to it. This is the final episode of The Innocence. So here we go. By letting you know that the opinions contained within are just that. They are my opinions, and you are free to take them or leave them.
You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at 34 Fairview that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly, Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
This case involved your family, did it not?
How do you mean it?
Well, you knew that John O'Keefe was found dead on your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
So necessarily, your family was involved in this case, correct?
Somewhat, yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
Brother Brian Albert is someone who is close to his family, correct?
Yes.
And your son Colin is part of his family, correct?
Yes.
The Albert family is close, correct?
Yes.
You all essentially grew up in Canton, correct?
Correct.
Your older brother, Brian, you've already testified, was a Boston police officer for years, correct?
Correct.
And he achieved some notoriety on a television show, did he not?
He views his work back in Boston as equally important, and he knows it's just as dangerous.
He was in the fugitive unit?
Correct.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Pretty good friends with, as a matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
Yes.
You know his brother and work with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
Well, I think that comes with working with people, yes.
And by the way, Officer Lenk, after just a few minutes, then left the house, correct?
Correct.
Did Julie Albert come over?
She did.
And then Chris came over.
Yes.
I think the reason we all stayed quiet is because we were just witnesses. This is a thing that we had nothing to do with. We had nothing to do with.
Even Brian Higgins came over.
Correct.
So these are friends and family of Brian Albert.
Correct.
Who is at the meeting at the house at 34 Fairview Road on the morning after John O'Keefe loses his life? We have Brian and Nicole Albert, Jen and Matt McCabe, Chris and Julie Albert, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert Jr. And I feel like there's somebody missing. Who's missing? Maybe Jen will know.
Before you left, you said you were about to leave. Before you left, another Albert came over to the house, correct?
I don't recall seeing him.
Who's him?
Kevin Albert.
Well, now that's an interesting bunch, isn't it? So let me take a second here just to wrap up this little opening segment. Part of why I kept this in the final episode is because this meeting in the morning, that first group after Karen and Carrie are gone, before Jen starts calling Carrie all day to make her her best friend, this very small group, these are the people that know exactly what happened and are very involved in the strategy to cover it up. This is the group right here. So you can see that one of those folks, remember, Brian Higgins is best friends, identified. Like, he's such good friends with the chief of police at that time that he can't even deny that they are best friends. And you know, as do I, that they start talking on the phone the next morning by 6:30 in the morning. Chief Berkowitz and Brian Higgins, right? All day long the next day, Brian Higgins is talking to Chief Berkowitz, Brian Albert is talking to Chief Berkowitz, and Kevin Albert. But don't let them fool you. Chris and Julie, we're not going to get to talk about this topic tonight, but it will be, again, it warrants a whole episode by itself. But they are there, and it's really important that you take a minute to say, well, that's interesting. Why are they there? And I promise you, it isn't because Julie was bringing donuts to Big Bry to put in his car during a blizzard, right? So, for his birthday. So this is an important group, and that's why I wanted to just make it really clear that this is how they are gotten away with it to this point, is this group right here and the connections that this group ultimately has. Now, interestingly, remember, the Canton Police Department didn't want the appearance of a conflict. So they were recused in terms of appearances. They were recused in appearance only, in other words. Right? And remember, it's the Canton police that ultimately call the state police and say, oh, there's all this taillight you got to come get. There was all this taillight on the front lawn at the Albert house. So keep that in mind. I'll shut up now.
This case had to have been pretty big news within the Albert family, was it not?
Well, yes.
You were discussing it with your husband, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your other relatives, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your friends, correct?
I don't know about my friends, but...
Well, why not? You were just a witness in this case, Julie. Why wouldn't you be discussing this with your friends?
The 34 Fairview house had been in your family at that time in 2022 for 2 generations?
My parents built the house in the late 70s, 79 maybe.
So if your parents are 1 generation, you and your family are another generation, 2 generations.
Right.
Nearly, maybe actually a little more than 50 years, half a century.
That what?
That it was the Albert home.
Yes.
So the listing coming 9 months after John O'Keefe was found dead in your lawn, or dying in your lawn, that's just coincidence. You had this in place long before that.
Objection.
John came in that day with his nephew Patrick. I think they just got 2 slices of pizza, if I recall correctly. So he asked me if I had any plans that night, and I said, unfortunately, it's Friday, and I'm working pretty much till close. And I said, but it's my nephew's birthday, and I know a bunch of people are heading out, and I was planning on meeting up with them later when I got out of work. So I think I said to him, I said to him, I'll shoot you a text later if you're around. Maybe we can hook up.
From your time at C.F. McCarthy's, how would you describe sort of the tone or sort of the demeanor within the group that you were in that night?
Pretty good. At 7:41 p.m., Karen writes, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. John writes back at 7:42, why, now you're not coming? Karen writes back, I'm waiting for the plumber. Actually think he's in the driveway. John says 7:43, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. You have a plumber coming over at 8. Knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck.
Yes, he said he was busy. He was doing something that I texted him that he was a pussy.
They reached out. They were at McCarthy's, the bar in Canton Center, and they wanted me to come up. And I was sick, I didn't want to. I wanted to stay in because there was a storm coming. And then he called me a pussy. And sorry, I can't let that happen. So,
Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive at 8:35. I'll head up there in a few minutes. Let me know if you leave.
And if you know, when was it that at some point you indicated Miss Reed appeared at CF McCarthy's as well?
Correct.
And do you know about how long after yourself and John arrived that Miss Reed?
I don't. Exact.
And at 9:45 p.m., you texted John O'Keefe while you were at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the language of your text was, quote, "Get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn," end quote?
That was one of the texts.
Who said alcohol is bad? Look how happy it made her in just 6 minutes. The time is now 10:40 and both John and Karen are leaving CF McCarthy's and heading over to the waterfall. Yeah, when we talk about baseline, right? Like Higgy Bear just sitting there now by himself, not humping Brian Albert, not flirting with Brian Albert or grabbing Brian Albert's ass. He's just really by himself. Okay, so here we go. It's a subservient, like hands open. And the weird thing is that, remember that since November to the January 15th, Brian Higgins and John were texting every day. It went from everything to Sunday morning, oh, XO, introduced to my girl, to nothing.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me. I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Then we know from Karen that John showed her the Ring camera footage and said, John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. And then she puts a vomit emoji. And then Brian's like, what? Yeah, well, he has cameras everywhere. You cops, eye roll. He's like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? So now we get, knowledge that John is looking back at these Ring videos and he sees Karen walking him out the door. What's going on, Karen? What, are you hooking up with him? Seriously, Karen. She's like, no, I'm serious. And then he says, you legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. So your slick move isn't on there? He's looking for her. I mean, he's definitely looking to get her attention with John standing right there. One thing we have to keep in mind is that the entire relationship between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed is based on their interactions at the bar, out drinking at places like the Hillside. That's also how Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe became friendly. And this is the first time Brian and John and Karen have all been together in a bar since that text exchange that we saw between Higgins and Karen, where we find out that John is like, what, are you hooking up with him? So this is the first opportunity for there to be any kind of tension over how Karen and Brian Higgins are interacting.
Is John aware of what's going on? They're so close right now, and they're
he almost falls into her.
Look at him. John's there,
and then you got these two men, really drunk, and right before they all leave the waterfall,
keeping both people.
Look at her. She turns subtly.
Here we go.
To the left. She just. You guys see that?
Talking.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it. No.
Right there. She just pushed him.
She pushed
him. At 11:53 and 19 seconds.
And then watch John. So let's watch this interaction here more closely. It looks like Chris grabs Higgins, kind of stares him down for a second, and then says something like, what are you doing? As if to imply he has some knowledge about what's up. But Brian Higgins kind of looks back at him like, what? And then points to Brian and says, we're going to your brother's house. Come on, let's go. and kind of blows it off completely, like it's nothing. What? We're just going to your brother's house. What? Making it seem like it's no big deal and kind of ignoring Chris's very brief attempt to intervene. My guess is that Brian Albert made some very brief comment to Chris, like, oh, there's some shit between these two or something like that. Nothing specific. And Chris may not even be aware of what the issue is, but simply that there's some kind of tension between them, but probably he doesn't even know what it's about. Couple of things about this. There's actually a lot of things, but first, I think, so I've been reanalyzing this because one of you guys asked me to look more closely, specifically at this part where Chris grabs Brian Higgins' arm. And it brought up a lot of things. First, Higgins is very, very drunk. Remember, Brian Higgins drinks Jameson and ginger only. And he goes to great lengths to make sure we know that. Many times throughout the testimony, he wants us to know he only drinks Jameson, period, full stop. Now, I've tried to count John's beer intake throughout the course of the night, and I gave up after like 10, but he's drinking Bud Light in a bottle, okay? He's drinking Bud Light. Like, everybody, all of you, anyone who's ever had a drink understands there is a extraordinary difference between Bud Light and Jameson and ginger, which I'm betting it's really just like Jameson with like a splash of ginger ale. So he started drinking, and both him and Brian Albert really try to minimize and hide how many hours they had been together. They try to say they got back from New York later, I guess, than they really did. Later than they did. That they got to the hillside later than they really did, because they were there drinking. So he can barely keep himself up. So I think you have to calculate the level of intoxication for Higgins. I think he's wasted. So that's number one. I think when Chris grabs him, my guess is that he's like, he knows, probably because of Brian Albert, that there's some kind of tension from Higgins, but he probably doesn't know about Karen Reed. He probably doesn't know about the details. Just kind of knowing who Chris is as a person, I can't see Brian Albert pulling Chris Albert aside and saying, oh, there's this gossip going on in the bar. I very seriously doubt it. He may have just made a comment like, oh shit, whatever, some stupid comment that Brian Albert might have made to his brother because they were near each other by this table. Brian Albert had Chris to his left and Brian Higgins to his right at one point. So my guess is that Chris may have kind of briefly just grabbed him and like stared him down to be like, what's going on, man? Like, you all right? That kind of thing. And he totally blows it off. He's like, yeah, what? We're just going to your brother's. Like, completely blows it off. This is important, though, and I won't say why exactly yet, but you'll see in a minute why I think it's important. The other thing is, Rachel, Data Decoder on X, who's incredible, so helpful. I mean, I couldn't say enough wonderful things about Rachel and the work she's done on this case. But Vince and I were talking about wanting to see the Jeep and trying to figure out, why don't we see the Jeep on the Canton Library video? Now, I did two things. I mean, this is how obsessed with this I've been in the last 4 weeks. I literally went to Google Maps and drove the route myself on Google Maps. I have driven the route myself in real life, but I don't remember every inch of that, drive. So I went onto Google Maps, onto the Street View, and actually drove it to see exactly what it looks like, what, just sort of getting an approximate of the distances, right? Because it's one thing to see it on a map. It's another thing when you're actually visualizing it in real life more, right? It's a very simple drive. right? It's like 2 streets from the waterfall to 34 Fairview is a very simple drive. Here's the thing. Rachel believes that she found the video of Brian Albert, and guess what? Higgins doesn't have his car there. So there's a Ford Edge that drives past the Canton Library at 12:02, so the timing is perfect, and it would make sense because if Higgins doesn't have his Jeep there, it would be at the Canton PD. The Canton PD is on the other side of 34 Fairview. So you would, in order to get to the Canton Police Department, you essentially would go on Chapman, not Chapman. No, Cedar Crest. I'm sorry. You could stay on Washington and get there, or I think you can turn onto Cedar Crest and get there. It's very close to the 34 Fairview address, but it's on the other side. So essentially you'd kind of go past 34 Fairview to get to the police station, and then they would have come back to the house. So Brian Albert admits that they get back to the house somewhere between 12:07 and 12:15. Which is exactly what time they would get back if they stop at the police department to get the Jeep, to drop Brian Higgins off at his Jeep at the PD. So I think that Higgins actually drove with Brian Albert and his family to, does that make sense? Is that possible? I'm trying to think. Hold on a second. Is that possible? How would that be? Let me just think about it. So that actually means that they would be in 2 separate cars, right? Because Brian Albert and Brian Higgins have to be in a separate vehicle then from Nicole and Caitlin. So that's something we have to investigate. We have to look much more closely at the cars on that Canton Library video because we've been looking for a Jeep. And then we've been looking for one car that would have the whole Albert family. But actually, we might be looking for the wrong cars. So that's something just to keep in mind. The point of this is that Brian Higgins may not have his car there. The car, the Jeep, might be back at the police department, and they may drop him there to get his Jeep on the way back. But in order for that to work, there'd have to be 2 cars at the waterfall. I don't know if that made sense, but anyway, this was all very new information. I saw it from Rachel on Tuesday, so we're still trying to work it all out. But it's interesting, and it would match the timeline and explain why we don't see a Jeep on the Canton Library video. So that is what I wanted to say. There is no question, though, that Higgins is motioning to John to come with them. And here's the little dance. And then he points and motions like me and you, but it's hard to know if that's to Chris Albert, who I've watched closely. He doesn't seem to react to that. So I can't tell if Brian Higgins is still in the bar walking out of screen, off of the screen, or if that was to Chris. But it doesn't appear that John took that to mean there was an actual threat. Now watch John O'Keefe very closely. He starts to fall over. He catches himself, and then he does that little dance that we saw earlier, only this time he adds fists, like it's part of a fight move. After reviewing everything that was going on at this time and leading up to the waterfall between John and Karen, John and Brian Higgins, and Brian Higgins and Karen, I think what happened on this night at the waterfall actually is a little different than you might guess. I think what happened here and what really pissed Brian Higgins off, remember, he'd been drinking excessively for hours, and so had John, although I think Brian Higgins maybe even more so, right? Because remember, he drinks Jameson and ginger, so that's not Bud Light. That's some hardcore stuff. So he was hammered, and you can see it because he's like wiping his face. When you see a man at the end of the night wiping his face like that, you know he's hammered. I think Brian Higgins was off put by not that Karen ignored him, but that John ignored him. Because remember, as my Monday nooner partner always points out, John and Brian Higgins were friends. But on this night, even though the first person that he greets is Brian Higgins, after that, John doesn't go up to him at all. And we never see Brian Higgins leave his post, even before John arrives. So he never leaves. Like, that's his spot. He's there basically the entire time we see him. Sometimes he's sitting, sometimes he's standing. But John is moving around the bar, that entire table. He actually spends over 30 minutes talking to Brian Albert, but on the other side of Brian Albert. Oh, this is Karen and Brian Higgins are getting closer together. Right? It's 11:24. So let's stop this for a sec. So this is important, and it's been bothering me for a little while, but just today, it really kind of sunk in what this might mean. So you see that John starts off, he goes right to Brian Higgins, he greets him, gives him like a hey, right? Then he goes to Brian Albert. Him and Brian Albert have this very long, weird exchange and embrace that's like lots of touching that goes on for what seems like an excessively long time. So it seems like John has a lot of admiration for Brian. John is the one initiating the touch, to the point where you can see that Brian Albert thinks it's a little weird, and he kind of like pats him a second time, like, all right, I guess we're doing this. We're just going to stay embraced. It's a little weird. So I feel like John must have admired Brian Albert. Now, Brian Albert completely minimizes the amount of time that he spends with John. John spends 23 minutes right away. So right here in this picture here, soon after they get in, like around 11 to 11:30, he's literally planted next to Brian Albert. At one point, he's talking, I guess you could argue that Brian Higgins is kind of a part of the conversation, but he's not really. I mean, John is not looking at Brian Higgins. John is not, Brian Higgins is not like nodding his head. He's not engaged in the conversation. He's like loosely, like every once in a while, he kind of reacts, but you can see that that Brian Albert is like turned physically in the direction of John. Then John goes and walks away, and he, goes and speaks to Matt and Jen and Karen, whatever. And then he comes back, and he's back. This time he's on the other side. He's in between Brian Albert and Chris Albert, and he's there for like another 15 minutes. So here's the thing. Here's the important detail. There's only one person that we never see John O'Keefe near. One person. He doesn't go near directly. He even talks to Nicole. If you watch this carefully, you'll even see John O'Keefe next to Caitlin. Caitlin's like talking to him, like trying to butt into one of the conversations he's having. You'll see Nicole talking to John if you watch very carefully and closely, like I mean every minute kind of closely. But what you're not going to find is John O'Keefe having a direct, immediate discussion with Brian Higgins where he's standing next to him and talking to him. And the weird thing about that is that up until the Patriots game, they're friends. And they've been friends for months. Right? This is the first time since the Patriots game, and definitely the first time out at the bar, that they've all been together again. So they haven't been out at the bar for a couple of weeks where everybody's, everybody, Brian Higgins, Karen, and John. Remember, that's how they know Brian Higgins. John became friendly with him at the hillside. They would go out on the weekends. They would party. They would drink. They'd be in the bar just like this. And they were friends. That's how they became friends. That's also how Karen became friendly with him. So this is not new. This is what they do. This is how they know each other. And John doesn't even go near him. Karen has more interaction with Brian Higgins than John does. I think that what pissed Brian Higgins off was John not going over and talking to him, was John ignoring him, was John giving him the cold shoulder, not Karen, which is interesting, right? I think Karen facilitated it. His feelings for Karen facilitated all of it, of course. It wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Karen, obviously. But I think that one of the things that really lit the match on this night was John's behavior, not as much Karen's, which is kind of weird to think about. So obviously it would be a combination, but I think that's something that just doesn't get really like talked about at all, because John just doesn't talk to him, right? Really not at all, which is weird. I mean, it's weird. So, all right, let's go. And they're
100%.
already moving closer together. It's wild
Right.
to watch. Look at this. He's still with Brian Albert though.
All right, so yeah, we'll just play it now, but we're going to see that John is back. So after all that talking, the 23 minutes, he's now back. Higgins is to the right.
So he's not actually engaging in a conversation with Brian Higgins at all. I think what pisses Brian Higgins off is the fact that John ignores him, not Karen. Karen ignoring him was like the icing on the cake. He was being iced out by both of them. And even though you would think in this situation, Brian Higgins would know that John should feel entitled to be pissed at him, I think Brian Higgins didn't think so. That Brian Higgins felt like he had done the right thing. He pulled away from John when Karen started talking to him, that he didn't hook up with her. He wouldn't hook up with her because of his respect, out of respect, allegedly, for John. So I think Higgins felt it wasn't warranted to be snubbed by John. Now, of course, the tensions had been rising because of Karen. And my assessment is that the anger that he felt towards John on this night, fueled by alcohol, wasn't really about Karen, but was actually about John.
It ended up being my son Brian's 23rd birthday. So at 12 o'clock, he would be 23. So there was some discussion about if anybody wanted to go by the house to kind of say happy birthday to him.
You wouldn't have gotten into the house until, what, 12:15? Maybe 15 minutes for all that?
I would put it more, maybe 10 past 12.
Okay. 12:10 or so?
That would just be a guess.
So it could have been 12:15.
Yeah, and it could have been 12:07.
And do you recall which way that you went in that evening?
The side door near the garage.
And when you come into the house, where did you go within the house? What room did you go into?
The living room.
Well, I'll be damned. It looks like Colin Albert just told us the truth. How about them apples?
And then from the living room, where else did you go within?
Like the kitchen area.
Come to the house and you see the people that you've described. Where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence. There's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. And I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it. And Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two, females.
And this is a big fat lie.
He is so right. You don't walk through the breezeway door and go into the kitchen. You go into the family room. So when we consider how eager Brian Higgins is to avoid the family room, along with pretty much everybody else, and Julie Nagel's little slip up.
Still in the same room in the family, the floor plan, which is the kitchen and the dining room area.
And the fact that half of these witnesses, at least, actually place Higgins and Albert in the family room.
So it's fair to say there was at least some portion of the night when Brian Higgins and your father were out of your field of vision, correct?
I don't agree with that because the room that I had seen them go into has an open doorway and you can see right into the family room that. they were in. So I could actually see them in there.
With the exception of Brian Albert, who puts himself upstairs.
No, I was there basically for the whole night, except I think at one point.
Remember, at the time of the crime, you can expect to see tons of missing time statements, and you're going to see it from every one of these witnesses.
I may have shown Brian Higgins some photos that were in my son's room that were upstairs.
Where sort of within the house were you all sort of hanging out?
We would all just kind of hang out probably, I would say, mostly in the dining room. The dining room and the kitchen were kind of like one big open space. So we would be like in the kitchen or the dining room. And sometimes I think we may have like walked into like the family room area, sat down for a little bit, but mostly it was just the dining room and the kitchen.
Typically, I would take the time to analyze this statement here, but because we're on a bit of a time crunch, I will just tell you there are 17 indicators in that little speech by Brian Albert Jr. 17. Which likely means it's deceptive, he's hiding something, and this is an incredibly sensitive topic for Brian Jr. Oh, and what topic is that again? Where they were hanging out. So there's no question that they're hanging out. Yeah, I just want to say there, I mean, again, I just didn't have time, but Brian Albert Jr. confirms in that ridiculous statement that they were in the family room, right? So that whole dance is to try to tell us that they really weren't in there very much, but that they were in there. That's what the whole dance was. They were really more in the kitchen dining room area, but yeah, 17 indicators. And that was just me kind of like counting on my hands. I didn't do a full analysis. My guess is there was even more. If I had actually stopped and did a full analysis of it. Yeah. People that like to use more words, like you see a lot of performance from Caitlin and Brian Jr. They're both performing throughout their entire testimony because they like to talk. It's a straight giveaway. I mean, they just give us so much information, which is really funny. So we did get confirmation about the family room from Brian Jr., in case that wasn't clear. In the family room, and that this is undoubtedly the scene of the crime. Oh, and let me remind you, there's tons of other reasons that I'm not showing you here. Go back and review earlier episodes, and you'll see a ton of additional evidence that indicates this is where they are.
At some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
Do you recall whether or not your wife parked on the left side of the driveway or the right side of the driveway?
Now, I know we have seen this clip from Matt many times, but it just occurred to me what he's saying here, so listen carefully.
I believe it was the left, but the driveway is fairly wide. It kind of widens out, not just the two doors. So I don't know if she was right on the left where the walkway is, or if she was, one kind of more in the middle, because that driveway you could pull up even on the right of her.
Did you catch it?
I believe it was the left, but the driveway is fairly wide. It is, or if she was, one kind of more in the middle, because that driveway you could pull up even on the right of her.
So what Matt just told us is that Jen was parked behind the right garage door, which begs the question, why is he being deceptive about where Jen was parked and obviously who was parked around them?
But somewhere, I don't know exactly, but she pulled into the driveway.
I know at one point.
Remember, what we will expect to see at the time of the crime is lots of missing time statements.
My husband and his friend Brian were in our family room, so I kind of went in there and was talking to them. We had some shelves on the wall that just had a bunch of pictures, old pictures from our wedding or when Brian was in the Marine, so we would just kind of look at them, laughing, talking about them. We stood in there for a little bit talking.
That's another missing time statement.
At some point, I
Do you see a pattern forming?
went upstairs to grab the dog and let her out back to use the bathroom.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room, or whatever that room's called, living room?
Yeah, like just right there, right where they are, just kind of right in the next room.
So it was a German Shepherd mix.
And German Shepherds are often considered a power breed, meaning dogs that pack a punch and don't necessarily need to be trained to bite.
Big dog.
Yeah, good sized dog, yes.
70-pounder. You ultimately did let Chloe out to go to the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And then you allowed her to stay downstairs. And you monitored her with the others who were in the house. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, flowed in at that point.
Okay, this is important. I'm going to tell you right here, when you have a bunch of missing time, this is the time of the crime.
Now, before I show you my theory of what really happened to John O'Keefe, let's review why it is that I believe what happened to John must have happened between when John arrives to the house and Julie Nagel goes out to speak to her brother. While we're not going to review all of the reasons here because I've spelled them out over the last 4 or 5 episodes, remember how important the 12:23 time is to Jennifer McCabe.
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. 2:23. 2:23.
The fact that she reaches out intentionally to Julie to get the times of the text messages to and from her brother. The fact that none of these people will give us any certain times at this very time.
You do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot. If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely. Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time. Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't look at the exact question. Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. Can you repeat the question? Soon after she went out, she talked to her brother, she came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
In fact, yeah, so I just want to say, as I'm watching it again now, yeah, I mean, this is without a doubt. It's not even close. Like, this is the time of the crime. This kind of obfuscation to the point where she's unwilling and just keeps going in circles. You see how this is such obvious obstruction. It's such obvious obstruction, and you're going to hear me say this in a second, that in order to get through her testimony, Jackson has to get with Hank and they have to stipulate to all the times in the Cellbrite report, because he's afraid she's going to keep doing this every minute that, every single minute, right? Because she's got 14 phone and text messages to John that are after the Julie Nagel text. So, but the difference between the Julie Nagel information and the Cellbrite report is the Cellbrite report is an actual record. Nobody has those text messages, at least to my knowledge. Now, I've not seen them. I think it's possible that the defense may have some of the texts from Julie, but they don't have all of them. And that really wound up being a huge handicap to the defense team. I wish that they had all of this information going into the first and second trials, because it's a game changer. It completely changes everything. But you'll see that in a minute. So let me read some of these chats. Let me make myself bigger. It's crazy. It's so crazy to me how guilty they are. It like offends me deeply and personally and upsets me deeply and upsets me personally. Hello, Bite My Bits. Welcome. Bite My Bits is a member, a YouTube member. Welcome. I think welcome back, right? I think I've seen you so many times. I assume you're a member, but maybe not. So welcome back or welcome for the first time. Melly Girl sends $2. I love you, Sam. You amaze me with your knowledge. Thank you, Melly Girl. I'm so grateful for your support. And I don't know. I'm obsessive by nature. So if I have a question, I gotta fight. I'm gonna do everything I can to get to the answer. I think I already said this, right? Did I say this at James Lynch 6171? Welcome. If I did, welcome again. If I didn't, I apologize. At Jennifer George, V3B. Oh, happy 5-month anniversary. Love you, Sam. I've always agreed with you along this long path. Justice for John soon. You know what, Jennifer George? I think it's coming. I think it's coming. I really do. I believe it's coming. I don't know how it's coming. I don't know when it's coming, but I think it has to. I mean, they're so egregiously guilty. I've never seen anything like this. Part of what makes it like impossible to believe is just how guilty they are. Like it's so obvious that you're like, no, it can't be this obvious what happened. You know what I mean? But I think it is. And if it's that obvious to me, there's no question that it's only a matter of time before, obviously everyone can see it too. I don't know that the brainwashed people will ever be able to see it. I think that you have to remember something important. There's a tremendous amount of information out there on this case. Just going through the FOIA website, and by the way, huge shout out to Emily C. for putting together the FOIA website. I forget, is it FOIA Around and Find Out? I think that's the acronym. It's incredible, by the way. It's also incredible to have one website that you can go to and pretty much get any document related to this case, which, if not already, will likely be the case soon. So that's amazing. But it's now that we have all of this information, right, coming out and accessible to everyone, if you don't look at it, if you just ignore it and you only look at the information that supports your belief, then yeah, that's how these people continue to carry these. It's like Carrie Roberts says the most ridiculous things and has no idea that what she's saying is beyond absurd. Things like, oh yeah, like they're gonna put a glass outside with, or like something about John having a glass with him outside. Like, what, Carrie, what are you talking about? Like, how is that evidence, right? I mean, we're talking about the cover up of a murder of a police officer. You don't think that if these people were covering up that murder, that they would be willing to take the glass he walked into the house with and throw it on the street next to him? Like, what are you talking? She's just so naive. But they're not looking at all the information. And if you don't look at the information, then yeah, you can believe anything you want. That's the truth. If you don't look at what's there, then you never have to see it. And that's what all these people are doing. It's crazy, but it's going to be a long, painful path for all these folks. Really, it's sad. It's absolutely horrific. It's horrible. Think about, don't even get me started yet. I'll save it for later. It's just unbelievable what these people are doing. At Mr. A34A sends $5. Higgy Bear's rage could also be explained by the lack of Jameson and ginger. Yeah, right. That's true. I don't know if he could have handled any more alcohol. That guy, man. He had to have been so drunk. I mean, think about it. Like, if I drank Jameson, let's say, how many Jameson and gingers do you think Brian Higgins put back in the course of 5 or 6 hours? Seriously. You think like 2 an hour? More than 2 an hour? Think how much alcohol is that? Like, that's insane. You know how drunk I'd be dead. I would totally be dead. It's not even like I'd be dead. I would be dead. It wouldn't even be vomiting. I would just be dead. So the fact that this man is, even with the tolerance that I know he has for sure, obviously, he was wasted. And I think that's a big part of why this all happened, right? Because you got to think about it. Like, these people didn't call 911. And as you're about to see, not only didn't they call 911, they never even spent more than about 4 seconds considering calling 911. And there's no way around that. Like, that's just the way it is. And it sucks. It's a tough pill to swallow. But when you see this timeline in front of you, there's no other conclusion. Like, there's no way that there was ever a thought to call 911 in reality. The first instinct right away, within seconds, literally seconds, was to cover it up. It's so, I can't even imagine. That's how fucking disgusting these people really are. At Pia23me sends $1.99. Denise, please send me Sam's email. I have info. Yes, Pia, I saw this earlier. And starting on Thursday, now that I've got all these videos and stuff done for this case, I am going to be just turning my attention to emails for like the file. I have clients too, but emails and clients for 4 days, for 4 or 5 days. So definitely send me whatever you want to send me. I will absolutely see it and be going through everything. So please do, Pia. And thank you for your support. Otto1630 sends $10. Thanks, Samantha. Thank you, Otto. Oh my God, what a cute puppy. We have another new member at 384 Welcome at 384 I'm super excited to have you. New members, don't forget to check out the member benefits on the wall. You'll see them, and also they're in the membership portion of the page. At Momini12564 sends $9.99. Hi Sam, so glad to catch you live. Love your Nooners and Loophole. Thank you so much for being here. So appreciate you. At Montana, Lil sends $5. Sons of Liberty talk to a gun shop owner. Yes, who had a run-in. I know. It totally shows his bully personality. The video is here on YouTube. Yeah, I've totally seen it. If you haven't, I think you could probably Google just Higgins and gun shop. Yeah. Like, the arrogance of all of them. But Higgins they're interesting because Albert and Higgins are very different. They're very similar in some way. It's hard to put your finger on exactly what that is. Just like, arrogant, police officer, I guess. But Higgins is like way more broken. What's the best way to say it, I guess? Like, he's so much more fragile. How many times of all the people that testified in all of the Karen Reed cases, trials across all the witnesses, I don't even know how many there were total. 80, 85, something like that. No question that Higgins is the most emotionally undone. I mean, he cries. I can think of 4 times right now, 4 moments where I see him like get choked up. At least 4. Who else did that? Who else was literally like in tears? Was anybody else in tears? I don't remember there ever being anyone else like that. So certainly, there's one moment with Brian Albert where I think he might have gotten a little choked up about Colin, but I think we could probably debate it for the rest of our lives and not actually be able to say definitively. There's like a choke up though, and he covers it really fast. I sent it to Emily too, so she knows what I'm talking about. But I'm still debating. I think he does get a little choked up when he's talking about how old Colin Albert is, but he covers it so quick and so well that you don't really catch it unless you're staring at him. But yeah, I mean, it's because of them. I mean, obviously, look, if Brian Higgins and Brian Albert are not there, this of course doesn't happen. But let's say that they weren't there, that this was, it was just Chloe and Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were down the street at the police station and John walked in and Chloe attacked him and he hit his head. There's no world where Brian Jr. and Sarah don't call 911, right? The people in charge at the scene are Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. That's who's directing the situation without a doubt, right? They're the people that would immediately take charge and start giving orders, telling everybody what to do. So they were the ones making the decisions about what was going to happen now that John is unconscious. But this is so important. So because we're going to go through exactly what I think happened to John in just a bit. As we're going through that, remember that he doesn't die immediately. It's going to take 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes, which means he's alive, he's breathing, and they would know that. These are not only military, these are very high-level veteran law enforcement professionals. So they would know this guy's not dead, but he's going to be. Now, he was going to be probably anyway, no matter how much, how quickly 911 arrived. But that really isn't the point now, is it? Because you rob us of the chance to ever learn that one way or the other by not making that call and taking his life now into your hands as a group. And again, I'm not just spewing that. You're going to see why I think that in just a second. So at Jules YS9KP sends $5. Sam, thank you for all your hard work. You are very welcome. And thank you for your support. I so appreciate you. I truly, truly do. I saw this, got a bad feeling, and I had to say it. Or ask Tristan, it could be 9 a.m. Yeah. I tried to find a way to throw Tristan in. I think I had clips of Tristan in. I might have him in the Colin video in the end, but Tristan is my favorite testimony, I think, of everybody. It's just the best. I mean, because it's immediately you're like, what is going on? Like, he is so exasperated. He's like, I mean, it's true. It's like, what is going on? This guy is unraveling, and it's amazing to watch. I mean, it really, really is. I mean, that's what makes the whole thing so ridiculous, right? Like, why Tristan should have there should be no anxiety. Like, there shouldn't even be emotion, right? But there is. There sure is. It's wild. At Lynn Jennings, 8390 sends $10. Second live since being a new member. Just love your analysis. Wondering who will break first. I think it could actually be Sarah. Yeah, Lynn, I think that would be where my money is also. Yeah, that's who Brian Albert is worried about also, what you're about to see. He was worried about her that night. So he worries that she's the weak link. I remember, and I know some of you will have heard this too. I remember hearing a long time ago, before the second trial, that before the first trial, Brian Albert used to go and park and sit at her hospital and to implicitly threaten her or something. At the time I kind of said, no way. That just sounds like a rumor. You know what though? Given everything else I've seen from these people, now I don't doubt it at all. I don't doubt it at all. Wait till you see her. Wait till you see her testimony. Oh my God. Oh, this is a nightmare. Can you imagine? I can't even imagine going to your friend's house. You're 24 years old. You think you're going out during a snowstorm for your friend's birthday. And then the parents come back, and within 20 minutes, there's a dead police officer in the living room. Could you imagine? I mean, it's beyond imaginable. At Madam Mugis Butterfly sends 9791 sends 199. John perhaps confronted Karen's. Well, yeah. So one thing that Vince and I are looking at is, this is such a big topic. I don't even know if you know, Madam August Butterfly, how big a topic this is. But it is. And Vince and I were talking about this earlier today. I think, first of all, it does appear as though she checks her phone next to John in the bar, but it's very fast. So it's hard to know if, what she's doing. You do see her swipe. You can tell that she swipes. I also think that it is possible that there was a conversation of some sort about something in the Lexus before John gets out. Now, I don't know if it was an actual argument. I don't know if it was about Brian Higgins specifically, but I think it's possible. I think it's possible. So, I'm a little hesitant, Madam August Butterfly, to even know the answer. I said that to Vince earlier. I don't really know if I want to do any kind of real analysis to find out, because sometimes I just don't need some things. I don't need to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know how. I just don't want to know. You know what I mean? Some things I'm just better off not knowing. But yes, we agree with you, I think. She creates such a scene that the attorneys, Hank Brennan and Alan Jackson, have to get together and stipulate to the times that are listed in the Cellbrite report in order to bypass all of Jen McCabe's obfuscating about this very time.
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time.
At about 12:15 to 12:20, you texted your brother Ryan for a ride home, correct?
If that's what the timestamp says, yes.
Do you have a screenshot of that text message?
Somewhere, yes.
Did you provide that to any investigator or assistant district attorney?
I don't remember.
Is that text message still on your phone?
I don't know.
Did you delete that text message?
I don't know.
So let's move this along, Ms. Stephen. So we know for sure it's 12. So this is so big. I don't think that it took me a long time to hear this, really hear it. I ignored everything related to Julie and Ryan for a long time. That's why it took me so long to come to this conclusion about what happened to John, because I was ignoring the evidence. But originally, I don't know where I got this idea. I don't know if it was from something that Aiden said. I don't remember. But originally, my belief was that at some point earlier in the night, Julie had called her brother and said, "Hey, on your way home, can you swing by and get me?" That is not, at least maybe that did happen also. But what Yannetti says here and gets confirmed is so, so important. So what we find out is that between 12:15 and 12:20, Julie texts her brother and says, "I'm ready to go home." So think about that. 12:15 to 12:20, Julie Nagel says, "Oh, big bro, come and get me now." So we have been led to believe that she had called earlier in the night, and that when he's out front, or not even, he's about a minute away on Cedar Crest, Ryan, and he texts here, "Be ready, I'm coming," at 12:23. But actually, and geez, I wonder why Adam Lally didn't highlight this for us, right? Why didn't Adam Lally tell us that Julie texted her brother to leave between 12:15 and 12:20? He, of course, knows what time it was for real, right? Adam Lally knows what time Julie really texted. We don't, but he does. So he knows. I mean, I'm sure the judge knows, right? Because they obviously know Karen Reed didn't do this. Obviously. The judge has all of the evidence. So she's very clear about what happened here. Very, very clear. Couldn't be more clear. So just let that sink in for a second. So Julie texts her brother between 12:15 and 12:20 and says, "Okay, big bro, come and get me now. I'm ready to go home." Okay, I'm going to shut up now. 12:23 to 12:27 time frame is critical to the people in this house. But at the end of the day, It's a combination of testimony from Julie Nagel, Sarah Levenson, and Matt McCabe that ultimately seal the deal that this is precisely why they stay. Somebody, a few people in the house just said, have your brother come inside.
And do you know what she was going outside for?
Yes, her brother had come to pick her up. And so she was going to go tell him, try to get him to come in.
Very subtle, Jen. And then I went and I said, hey, do you guys want to come in? As the older of me and my sibling, without a shadow of a doubt, if you asked my sister, what are the odds that me and my friends who are coming from the bar at this exact age would have gotten out of our car and gone into that house to not only hang out with her friends, but then her friends' parents for the after party, I am quite certain that my sister would be fine to tell you absolutely no chance. Zero. So in the event that Julie Nagel did ask her brother and his friends to come into the house, she was doing it knowing that there is no world where they were getting out of that truck and coming inside. So that's the point of all of this, is to make sure that we hear that she invited her brother in the house and that the people in the house wanted her to do it. Now, why is this so important that Julie just takes it upon herself to go off on a tangent and make sure she gets this in? But remember, trial number 2, Julie doesn't testify. And so somebody else has to tell this part of the story. And guess who gets chosen to do it? Now, before I show you this clip of Sarah Levenson, let me remind you what our prior experience of Sarah had looked like.
Now, with respect to that hour and a half or so after they got there, how would you describe sort of the mood and the demeanor within the home during that time?
Same thing. We were celebrating, happy, dancing, all that.
The drinking continued, correct?
Correct.
So, trial number 1, her answers are intentionally very short. She will answer with the word correct as often as she can. Her body language is frozen. She only ever moves her face, and it's intentional. She's holding her body solid so that it doesn't move. She's doing a lot of heavy breathing throughout the first trial. And her face is very expressive, even though she's doing the freeze position. So we get every bit of information exclusively during trial 1 from her face. So see if you notice any difference between what you remember from the first trial and from what you're about to see now. Oh, and lastly, look for her eyes to be going up and to our right. That would mean that she's recalling something that she remembers happening for real. Otherwise, what she's telling you is rehearsed. It's not from what she actually remembers happening on that night.
Caitlin, his sister, was playing music on one of the speakers, and we were all pretty much sitting or standing around the kitchen table.
There's so much here to show you. By itself, just this portion of her testimony, we could be here for an hour. So I'm only going to show you the high points, but don't make the mistake of believing that's all there is. This testimony might be the single most important in the entire trial. And if you look past the veneer, it is wild. Let me show you again the clip you just saw, but I'm going to play it without sound and in slow motion. Note that she never looks up and to our right at any point, and she is shaking her head no the entire time she's talking. So now you know how Sarah really feels about what was going on at this time on this night.
As the night grew on, was there any problems in the house?
No.
Any argument?
No.
Any fighting?
No.
Anything exciting or controversy in any way?
No.
Remember that no is the easiest way on earth to tell a lie. Easiest way on earth.
Do you have a plan that you were going to leave with Julie?
Yes.
What was the plan?
She said that her oldest brother, Ryan, would pick us up and drive us home when he was done wherever he was.
Did you see Julie Nagel leave the house?
Yes.
Did you actually see her go and leave?
Yes.
About how long did she leave for? What was the new plan?
Okay, remember, trial number 1, Sarah answered this question, and she answered the question with the correct answer. So, what is the correct answer to this question?
Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe would drive us home.
Correct! Let's see what the new and improved Sarah Levenson, playing the role of Julie Nagel for trial number 2, tells us the new plan is.
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan, we were talking, myself, her, and then Jen, were talking about how we were leaving and Julie's older brother was going to come pick us up. And we were the only ones that weren't like related to the Alberts there. So like Brian's friends left. So Jen was like, oh, like, don't leave just yet, because like we were celebrating Brian's birthday. If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So we agreed to that. And then Jen said, feel free to invite Ryan inside because he was already on his way. So Julie went out to tell Ryan, like, hey, we're not coming with you. But
You weren't outside for the conversation, so you just heard this second.
no, yeah.
So, any idea how many words that was? You want to wage a guess? 156 words. 156. Okay, so let me explain the significance of this, because this is by itself an absolute giveaway. This makes it as certain as someone who analyzes speech could be. Not only because the right answer, so the question is, what's the new plan? The right answer is Jen and Matt would take us home, period. That is the right answer. Now, she used, in the first trial, their full names, right? Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe would take us home. So that's 9 words. But that is the right answer. That's how that would be spoken by an innocent person, okay? Remember that when we elect speech, when we elect to say something, we don't know it. But the number one rule of survival, the most dominant direction that your DNA has, each and every strand, right, is energy efficiency. Every day we wake up and there's a part of your brain whose job it is to try to budget energy, your energy needs, based on what you've been doing lately. It's a predictive vehicle. It uses prediction like AI in a way, but with much higher level of capacity. So it uses what you've been doing to predict when you wake up tomorrow, what your energy needs are going to be. But all day long, you are so governed by this law of efficiency that every word we utter, we don't know it, but we are calculating how do we say this in the most efficient way possible to try to conserve our energy needs. That's why anything that is not the right answer, that's why I can say, oh, there's a right answer to this question, because there is, right? There is a right answer. The right answer is going to be how efficient. It reminds me, and I wanted to find a way to say this, but it was just way too much to try to put in this video. Michael Camerano, the guy that John goes to the bar with originally before Carrie's husband shows up and they're just sitting there, he's asked, like, how was the night? Or like, what was the mood of the people? And he says something like the same kind of answer that my daughter gives when I ask her how school was, right? How was school today? She's like, good or fine or, just nothing. I'm going to get nothing. He does exactly the same thing. And that's the right answer. The right answer is it was fine. It was good. So that's what you would see from somebody who's got nothing to hide, because you're looking for the most efficient way to say something. So the correct answer, if Julie and Sarah are completely innocent and they're just, Karen killed John, they're just hanging out with their friend and Jen and Matt are taking them home, the answer would be Jen and Matt would take us home. That's the new plan. It's 7 words. Sarah's answer, which is not from memory in any way, shape, or form. I mean, this is rehearsed. We can see it as clear as day. She is looking forward and down for what the rehearsed material is. Period. 156 words. So think about this. Any word she uttered in that statement that was not this statement here, Jen and Matt would take us home, is extra information that she is inserting because she wants us to hear it, which means this is sensitive on steroids. This is the time of the crime. This is life and frickin' death for Sarah Levenson, playing the role of Julie. Because remember, there's nobody else to insert this part of the story. And what do they want us to know? Well, I think there is so much. I mean, I could have done a 2-hour segment on just this 156 words. There's so much to unpack in Sarah Levenson's testimony. It would probably be very boring for most of you, but it is massive. And I was very selective so that we could get through this episode. But the important thing for you to know is that it's beyond deception. It is off the charts. And she has marching orders. One of them is to reiterate the story about how they wanted to ask Ryan to come inside. Now, I haven't investigated yet whether or not when Heather and Ryan say that, if it's true. I haven't gone to investigate. I will eventually, because this is so important. It's that important. But they want us to believe that. They want us to hear that the people in the house wanted Julie to go outside and invite her brother in. They need, not want. Want is not the right word. They need us to hear that, right? And they are going to do just about anything to tell us that. So because Julie couldn't get that in, because she wasn't testifying, Sarah had to find a way to get it in. This was why she took this question that has a 7-word answer and made it into 156 words, in part. There are other reasons too. So let's see what this is all about. It's insane. This is so insane. It's beyond telling. It's like it's a dead giveaway. So we don't even have to know anything at all about what she has just said. We don't even have to look at the statement to know without a shadow of a doubt that this is deception. But we can also say, given everything else we know about Sarah Levenson, given her baseline, given how she testified in the first trial, that this is very likely not only deception, but the time of the crime. Because this is deception on steroids, deception at the highest level and at the highest level of sensitivity. It's this performance that sinks the ship and seals the deal on it being certain, for sure, without a shadow of a doubt, that John O'Keefe is killed before Julie goes outside to talk to her brother. So we have Sarah to thank. In fact, I would encourage all that are watching or listening to send Sarah Levenson and Julie Nagel thank you cards.
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan.
A little bit before Julie goes out to talk to her brother. This is missing time, which is also a missing action. And as you know, because we heard this quite a bit over the last couple of episodes from Sergio, missing time is what you will expect to see at the time of the crime. Now, while that is not always the case, that missing time implies the time of the crime, you can damn well expect that if it is the time of the crime, there will be missing time, and we have that here, so we can check that box. Obviously, we have a leaving. Completely unprovoked, drags the verb leaving, to leave, in the mix. But she's going to do it again. So now we have one indication of conflict. We also have 7 likes in this statement. Now, the subtitles didn't pick them up, so you're not going to see them here, but they're important. But know that that is not only massive indication of deception, it also reduces the commitment to everything she's saying and ultimately undermines what she's saying, because she's telling us it was sort of like what I'm saying, but not what I'm saying at all. We see that they were actually in the act of walking out the door when this situation between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe goes down. They were leaving. This is also supported by Julie's testimony, because she can't help herself. She gets into an argument with David Yannetti.
When you texted Ryan that night, you were contacting him because you thought it was an appropriate time for you to leave, correct?
Yeah.
How long did it take your brother Ryan to get to the Albert home after that text message?
I don't know.
Was it an hour?
I don't think so, no.
Was it a half hour?
I do not know.
So you have no idea how long it took him to get there and how long you stayed after you texted him, correct?
I don't know, no.
I don't know if you guys could see it, but she's looking for objections from Lally here. She was also looking for an objection from Lally, the last clip that we saw, when he was asking about what time she texted her brother to come pick her up. So this is, they must have been told at some point, all of them, every single witness, that if they get in trouble, just to like look at them and they will object. I don't even know. At this point, you guys, I have to ask, does the judge know that too? I mean, I have to ask. I would be irresponsible not to ask that question based on what I'm seeing. And I promise you, I've been in these people's testimonies forever. It's egregious. It's so obvious. When you start to see it, you're going to just keep seeing it over and over again. All of them do it. But here's the more important detail. They're all doing it at this time. And look at how sensitive this is. Julie Nagel, her entire being is defended. And it's specifically on this, at this moment. She won't give him a time. She won't even tell him, is it at 12:15? Is it 12:30? She won't even approximate a time. It's beyond. It's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. I can't take it makes me nuts just watching it because these people are covering up the murder of a police officer. They're covering up the fact that they didn't even consider calling 911, that they all got into an agreement on the same night to not only cover up the fact that he was murdered, that they all saw it, or at least ran in, caught the very tail end, but then got into an agreement to try to frame an innocent person. It's unbelievable. It's disgusting. It's unbelievable. But it is exactly what happened. So let's watch.
Between the time that you texted your brother Ryan and the time he arrived, it's fair to say that you changed your mind about going home with him, correct?
Yes.
You changed your mind while you were still inside the Albert home, correct?
I did not say that, no.
Well, I'm asking you now.
No.
You changed your mind only after you left the residence and went out to talk to him?
Yes.
So it's a little laborious to get all the details here, but here's what I can tell you. And the Commonwealth did a good job of hiding this from us. Julie Nagel texts her brother sometime around 12:15 to come pick her up. They are in the process of leaving, of walking out the door. And for some reason, between the time that they're standing in the family room getting set to walk out the door and when Julie gets to her brother's truck, they decide to stay. So what could have changed in those 5 minutes? Geez, I don't know. What could it be? And then Jen said, like, don't leave just yet. That's our third indicator of conflict. And we have an explanatory statement followed by a negative. So this is outright deception. Then she says, because like we were celebrating Brian's birthday. So we were doing something like celebrating Brian's birthday, but not actually celebrating Brian's birthday. Now, keep in mind, this is all extra information. Remember that the correct answer is 7 words. So all of this has a purpose, something that she is trying to use to manipulate us with, and I think it's pretty obvious what it is. A different day, I will take the time to go through all of this, but for now, I'm just pointing out what are so clear indications, not only that this is deception, clearly, but that they were going to leave and something keeps them there. If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So now we have more missing time. That's our second or third indicator of missing time, which, again, time of the crime, guys, clear as day. So we agreed to that, and then Jen said, feel free to invite Ryan inside because he was already on his way. The most important statement in all of this garbage is so we agreed to that. But I'm going to table that for a second. I'm going to come back to the whole reason why she has to give us this nonsense story to begin with is because Julie's not testifying. So she has to make sure that we hear Ryan was invited inside because he was already on his way, right? That's so important for them to make sure we hear that. But for us, because we are definitively proving with this statement that they were told they were staying, because we hear from Sarah here, so we agreed to that. That is like a hot potato that you're trying to get rid of as quickly as possible. So we know definitively that Sarah wanted no part in staying.
So from what you saw, Julie went in and out?
Yes.
For about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you decide to stay? Did you want to stay?
That's how Sarah felt about staying. Now let's get the other side of the handshake from Matt McCabe. The question is, and do you know why she was going out the door?
She said her brother was there to pick her up, but she didn't want to leave.
So here, Matt initially answers the question. She said her brother was here to pick her up. But then he decides to interject extra information because, of course, this is him planting evidence. This is what he wants us to believe, that she didn't want to leave, right? And they were just the good Samaritans that offered to give her a ride so that she could stay longer, so that they could sing and dance with their friends. But he screws up here, not only because he offers extra information, but he wants to explain. So now we have an explanatory statement plus a negative, and most importantly, we have a to leave, which confirms there was a conflict. And the conflict is why they didn't leave. There is absolutely no doubt that Julie stays because of the conflict with John. It is without a doubt.
And at any point in time, did either yourself or your wife extend an offer to either Miss Nagel or Miss Levenson or both in regard to getting home?
Yes. My wife informed them that if they wanted to stay because we just got there, we would be more than willing to drive them home.
Oh, Matt. Poor Matt. Let's take a closer look at this disaster. So right out the gate, we have repeating yes. I think what's happening here is he is trying to figure out what he's going to say to this question. So then he says, we informed the... So we have a couple of problems here. First, what we see from this first part of the statement, him switching from we to my wife, what he's really saying is, my wife and I spoke about it, or we, whoever the we is, spoke about it, and then she went and spoke to them. But note that they are the other side of the Sarah Levenson, they told us and we agreed handshake.
If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So we agreed to that.
We agreed. In other words, there was this contractual arrangement where they were told they're staying and they agreed. But now we see that on the other side of that, you have Matt using the same kind of language. We informed. Well, my wife informed them. Also, think about what this word means. When we say that we informed somebody, it's almost like we're the intermediary. We're just the messenger. We're not the decision maker. So either what Matt is saying here is my wife and I made the decision and then she informed them of our decision, or somebody else made the decision. I spoke about it with my wife and then she went and told them of the decision that somebody else made. There is an obvious correct way to say this. We offered to take them home. So what we have here, we have Matt verifying that they were the ones that informed the girls or told the girls they're not leaving. So he switches the pronoun back again. And then we have repeating statements if they wanted to stay. Funny that he stumbles on if they wanted because he knows that's not true. They really weren't given much of a choice now, were they? Then he interjects extra information that he wants us to have. if they wanted to stay, because we just got there, right? So that's the extra information that he wants us to have that was not necessary. That's like their reasoning for why they're offering for. And I also want to say, note, we would be more than willing to drive them home. More than willing. Let's think about that. What's more than willing? Well, if we're more than willing, we're insisting, right? We're not just willing, we're insisting that we drive you home. And that is really what he is saying here. So what Matt is telling you is that some group of them, plural, it's a we, and he feels close to that group. So it's Jen and him at a minimum, but my guess is, it's probably at minimum Brian Albert and Nicole Albert coming together and saying, Jen, go tell them they're not leaving. Right? And so Jen went to them and said, why don't you guys stay and we'll take you home later. It's just crazy. Can you believe this? I mean, really, like it's shocking. And what makes me so crazy is that this has been in front of us for 2 years. I mean, it's just sitting there. And when you first hear it, you don't think anything of it. You don't think anything of it. You just let the words wash over you. I do anyway. The words wash over me and I don't think twice. It's only when I stop and really listen and then pick word by word, pick it all apart that I'm like, oh my God, this is nuts. It's just nuts. It's nuts for them to really take them home. Note he switched it back to we would be more than willing to drive them home. So Matt stumbled because he didn't immediately remember the rehearsed statement about why they offered to take the girls home. But because he was so focused on trying to remember what the rehearsed statement was, he gives up the word informed. And he doubles down on it. He reiterates it. We informed them. Well, Jen informed them on our behalf. Pretty crazy. Pretty freaking crazy.
And fair to say at this point in time, you didn't even know where Miss Levenson or Miss Nagel lived, is that correct?
No idea.
You didn't really know what you signed up for as far as traveling home, is that correct?
Well, Canton's not that big of a town, so I wasn't too scared. But yeah, I didn't know exactly where they live. I knew they were from Canton.
And think about this, right? If you were in a situation where somebody's offering to take you home, what's the first question that they ask? Where do you live? Right? Yeah, there's a man bleeding out, laying unconscious, dying in the family room. So I guess the last thing on their minds is where Julie and Sarah live. It was more or less like, we'll get you there. Who cares? We'll deal with it later.
And these were people that you had known as friends of your son from prior occasion?
These were people that you had known as friends of your son from prior occasion. Albert says,
I didn't know Sarah. I had met Julie once or twice.
I didn't know Sarah. I knew I had met Julie once or twice. Okay. We have sensitivity around Sarah here.
Well, how telling is this? What he's revealing here is how he felt that night. So while it might be obvious to all of us now that she would be the weak link in his mind, he is actually experiencing the sensitivity around Sarah from the night that this all went down. So he was concerned about her even then, which is pretty ironic given the fact that it's her testimony that ultimately sells the whole world on the fact that, well, John couldn't have been in the house because Princess Sarah would have went running to the police and told them that a man died in the house. Of course.
And so at some point later, there was another vehicle that came up?
Prior.
Prior.
Correct.
And can you describe that vehicle for the jury? Sort of what did it look like? What kind of vehicle was it?
Yeah, it was a black SUV.
The more I think about it, the more problematic this Q&A with Julie Nagel actually is for the House defendants. Because Julie couldn't possibly have seen Karen's vehicle before her brother pulls up. It's not possible. The car wasn't there. But she's very convicted in this. It's a shame that Karen's attorneys didn't pick up on it during the first trial, because if you had stayed on her, she would have doubled down on the lie, and then you would have been able to have your gotcha moment, because all three, Ryan, Heather, and Ricky, testify that they were at the intersection with Karen and John. So the only way that she could be absolutely sure that Karen was there before her brother, the only way she could possibly know that they were there literally seconds, not even a full half a minute before her brother pulls up, is if it's because she saw John in the house.
Right.
So it's a shame that Karen's attorneys didn't pick up on it. Had you stayed on her, because she doesn't understand that fact, she believes that Karen and her SUV were there, she would have just kept digging herself a bigger and bigger hole, lying more and more, which eventually would have given you the ability to have your gotcha moment. So before we move along, I want to get to some of you guys and expand upon this a little bit, because I went back and I watched Yannetti's cross-examination of Julie on this topic, and it's very interesting. He could have, like, she does double down. Not only does she say that she saw the SUV before she goes out to talk to her brother, she says that she sees it move. It's at the mailbox, and then it moves to the flagpole, and then it moves even further up from the flagpole. And if they had stopped and really thought about what she was saying, really thought about it, I mean, you would have been able to catch it so easily, because she was outside. She was outside with Karen Reed right there. Karen Reed's car is right there in front of the truck that she is standing in front of talking to her brother. And Julie Nagel doesn't know the truck is there. She doesn't know, because she is so flipped out going to talk to her brother. Her brother doesn't know. She never told her brother. Her brother has no idea. Her family has no idea that she saw John. No idea. She's got to be living this fully. They all do. There is no world where these people can be telling their friends and family the truth. They have to keep it a secret. They have to. The only people they can talk about it with is each other. That's why Julie isn't talking to her friends, right? And there's no way that Ryan Nagel knows the truth. No way. Not before he testified anyway, because he wouldn't have been able to testify honestly in any way. He would have been wearing it all over him if he had known the truth. The same way Tristan was, right? You guys saw how that went down. Because if you're a normal person like Ryan Nagel is, if you're a normal person, then of course you can't lie. It's a perjury charge. It's a murder trial, right? It's not going to be easy to just stand up there and lie your face off when you know that the man that we're here about died in the house. So she couldn't tell anybody, even though it's so obvious. I mean, she's the worst liar the world has ever seen. So she doesn't know. She doesn't know that Karen was out there while she was out there. She really doesn't know that. She really believes that Karen dropped John off and then left, because she thinks that when she goes out to talk to her brother, Karen is already gone. And that sounds like minutia. It sounds like, right, like overly detailed. And why does that matter? It matters because there's only one possible way that Julie Nagel could believe that Karen was out there. Only one way, before her brother pulls up. And that's if John O'Keefe is in the house. Because we know for sure she definitely didn't see Karen up by the flagpole. Karen wasn't up by the flagpole. Right? At any point, actually. But that's a different video. We will go through that a different day. Also, I told you there's a lot. I've been swimming in this now for weeks. So there's a lot. And the whole Jeep thing and all of that, we're going to go through every ounce of it. But it's a shame because if any of Karen's attorneys, civil attorneys, any of them can kind of ride this through, there's no other way for her to explain this belief that she has. So, and if it's a civil case, she doesn't have Adam Lally to make eyes with or the judge to sustain objections. Poor her. So let's get to you guys. Hi, Mom. I guess my mom is in the chat. Hi, Mom. Welcome, Hayden's MA. I'm assuming that's Mass, but I don't know. It might not be. I just see MA and I immediately think Massachusetts. Welcome, Hayden's Mass. All our new members, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Definitely check out the member benefits. Madeira Beach Caregiver sends $2. I absolutely will, Madeira. I told you all weekend. That's all I'm doing. I'm not doing anything else. My entire schedule is cleared out at a minimum Saturday until Sunday at 2:00 when I am going to be participating in the fundraiser for Aiden for the civil case. Don't forget, that's the what's it called? Telethon. Is that what it is? Telethon is Sunday. Vince and I will be together at 2 p.m., but it's going, I think, for like 12 hours or 24 hours. It's going to be a long one. And then also, don't forget, also Friday is the Mega Motion. Can you believe it's been like, January since the Mega Motion came out, and they're finally going to get their day in court. Freaking long overdue. Thank you so much, Avon Bird Lady. Thank you for your support. I so appreciate you. Kiki 3JS sent $9.99. Thank you for all your investigating on this case. I think Brian Albert has definitely made threats. Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with you. Now that I sit here and I think about it, it's like, of course, they're making threats to people right now. Of course they made threats to them, right? I don't even think he had to with Julie, though, because Julie is so in, like, she is so all in. I have a lot of theories about what goes on with Julie. I think that, well, we don't need to get into it here. It's a lot, but yeah, I mean, she bleeds whatever color they bleed. So he knew it. I mean, Brian Albert wasn't worried about Julie. He was worried about Sarah, and that's fair. And that is exactly right. He should be worried about Sarah because she's a normal person, So, and yeah, if a federal investigator is, arrests her and brings her into an interrogation room, how well do you think Sarah's going to hold up? Would you hold up? How quickly would you be telling the feds everything you know and making that deal? I will tell you right now, I would be running to do so. The second that someone knocked on my door, I'd be like, yep, where do I sign? Let's go, because first of all, this is a nightmare that these guys can't escape. I don't care. They're not all sociopaths. There's an argument to be made that maybe Jennifer is. That's definitely a conversation we could have at this point based on everything I've seen from her. But the majority of these people are not. And, they're normal people. And this is a situation that's going to break them. There's no way you can live. It doesn't matter whether they ever get in trouble. You guys know, we all see it. How many true crime cases have we seen? How many Dateline or 48 Hours where somebody commits like a horrible, violent rape or murder, and then 50 years later, the cops come knocking on their door, right? I mean, it happens all the time because of DNA and stuff now. You got to live with that forever. For the rest of your life, you got to be looking over your shoulder, waiting for that day when they're going to come knocking, because it's just a matter of time. There's no doubt that they are going to have to pay the consequences. It's just a matter of when. And I'm sure that Brian Albert has had to use threats to try to keep it all together. I mean, what else? Threats? What other incentives could you be giving? Money? How else could you do it, right? I mean, you got to be doing one way or the other because these people are living with this nightmare. I mean, it's a nightmare because think of it this, we're not going anywhere. Like, that's their problem. The problem is that if Aiden never picked up the case and the media never picked it up and Karen pled away, and then they could have all lived happily ever after. And yeah, they'd look over their shoulder every once in a while. But for the most part, the district attorney, Morrissey, probably would have ran again for another term. He'd still be in office. And as long as that was the case, the Alberts never had to worry. So, I mean, no wonder why they're going after Karen and Aiden, because these people actually blame them. That's the funny part, right? They blame Turtle Boy for the situation that they're in now. Unbelievable. How about the fact that they are so desperate to try to change public sentiment that they're going back into his original, first ever conversations on his shows about Karen 2 weeks after John's death to try to make it sound like a private conversation that he was having with somebody that they leaked? I mean, it's just like, what are you doing? It just, like I said, not rocket scientists. They're just not rocket scientists. Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, I think that they probably have cracked by now. You have to remember, there's nobody looking to think about who the cops are. And this is so important. Even if Sarah Levenson wanted to call the police, who is she calling? First of all, you can't call the Canton police because they're in on it. You can't call the Norfolk County DA's state police because that's Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan and Brian Tully, not calling them. And it's very debatable, what the Fed's role in all of this is. So once the DA is in different hands, hopefully that's what happens. If that happens, then it might be safe to come clean. But until then, I don't know if the cops are on their side. Right? I don't think the cops wanted any part of this. Nobody wants to go up against Brian Albert. Nobody at all. It's not even just Brian Albert. It's Kevin Albert, right? He's beloved. Did you see? I mean, all the police, the one person that they're fawning over during both trials, is Kevin Albert. They worship him. I don't know why. Oh, he's the best investigator we have. So whether it's a Boston, you saw the commissioner, the Boston police commissioner, that was Cox. He's the one telling Dever to do the right thing. Who is there to go to? You're going to call the president? I mean, that's who are you going to? Do you know what I mean? I could see why Sarah doesn't have anywhere to go with it anyway. Not until these people are all these administrators have to be long out of office before you could safely go to any of these police officers and tell them anything. Otherwise, you could be getting yourself into big trouble. At Dynamic Boston 7185 sends $10. Sam, your research expertise and obsession on this has given you the evidence, data-driven science. You're so treasured for your heart full of passion for truth. Aw, thank you so much. Love from many in Boston. I so appreciate you. Thank you so much. I am very grateful for you and for your support and recognition, because it's tremendous commitment. I had no idea what I was getting into, you guys. No idea. Did not realize this was going to be such a crazy commitment to try to unpack. But of course, once you're in it and you see it, you're it motivates you to want to be all right, we're close. We're getting close. We're getting close. And we are close. So we're just moments away from me giving you what my theory of the case is. At Dancing in the Pea Patch sends $19.99. I'm a little behind, but Sam, you're freaking brilliant. I'm holy shit right now. Laugh out loud. I keep imagining Brian Albert saying, and we wouldn't have gotten away with it if it weren't for that. That's so funny. Look, you have a little dog like mine. Is that a Chihuahua? That looks like my dog. Thank you so much. I so appreciate you. I don't know about that. I think there's a lot of people that they are finding to be pretty pesky. And I want to say, before I forget, I want to say this. Microdots, we're very close. this is the thing. Like, you guys, this case is going to be like, it really should be studied forever to come, because there's so much information. And I think part of what Lally's strategy was to flood the zone, just give us so much information. There's no jury on the planet that could possibly sort through it. And as long as Adam Lally kind of stayed even keel, he's even like the quiet voice is even, I think, intentional. He knows who to ask what questions and makes it seem so totally normal. That's how the Sun and the Marine stories just escape you. You don't stop long enough to like recognize that, oh, one person's talking about the Sun and the Marines and another is talking about Brian Sr. as a Marine, and the other's in the bedroom and the other's in the living room. Like, you don't put it together. You have to slow down and listen like freaking line by line. And how many of us have time to do that, right? So, you really got to listen, and it's an incredible amount of knowledge and information, and you got to stay with it. Even today, you guys, I have heard Matt McCabe make that stupid statement about Jen and where she parked probably 40 times, and only today did it register what he was saying. Like, oh my God. He just told us Jen is parked in the middle, but you got to slow down. And sometimes, I'm looking for something else. And so I'm not paying close enough attention. It's wild, but wait till you see. I mean, I really think, you guys, we are so close to unpacking what really happened to John. I really believe it. I really do. At Karen Lisk 6896 sends $10. I've often thought Jen kept looking out the window to see if Karen was going to come in. Yeah. I think the accident happened so fast, it would make sense. Love your dedication. Yeah, Karen, you're going to see that's where we're headed. So we're going to talk a lot about that very thing. You're going to see what happens. So I think there's been a lot of moments with Jennifer where she wishes in hindsight that she could take certain things back. She got a little too cute. And I think that first year where there was no consequence, until April of 2023, when the feds came knocking all at once, Alan Jackson drops like that 90-page motion. Aidan Carney picks up the case, and the feds come knocking like in the same week. Their worlds must have felt like they were crumbling, because for that whole year, it was like, safe goings, right? Nobody was the wiser. Brian Albert's name couldn't be found anywhere. They were like washing their names out of the reports. Michael Proctor's, getting rid of ring footage quietly. Colleen Crawford is erasing and cutting videos, and the defense is like, where are the videos? So it seemed like they were kind of getting away with it. And I imagine that the defendants felt like they were getting away with it until they weren't, until they really, really weren't. Melinda is the real life, sends $4.99. It's a story. It sure is, man. What a freaking story. Oh my God. This is a story that you just can't believe unless you are in it, because I don't know that I could believe it, except for now, because I have no choice, right? Because the freaking witnesses are spelling it out. You guys, the witnesses are spelling it out. It's crazy. It freaks me out, but they really are. Melinda sends $4.99. Do you know the McAlberts praised her after this testimony? When you'd love to get a hold of those text messages of which person, who did they praise? I mean, I'm sure they praised Sarah like crazy. And Julie, I mean, I'm sure they praised all of them. Look at how defensive Julie is. She's like a lineman, right? Like, I'm the line of defense. The problem is, I told you, they're not that smart. So think about Jennifer's performance. It is so wildly obstructionist that it's so obviously deception. Who looked at that and went, oh, this is honest? Nobody alive. You may not be able to unpack what's dishonest, but by looking at her for 3 seconds, something is up. Because this is not how normal people testify in a murder case, right? I mean, it's crazy. Jen is wild. Even to this day, I can get lost listening and watching Jennifer, because it's mesmerizing. It's like, is this really happening in real life? Like, is she really saying this? It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. These people are so fucking crazy. Really ICU member for 7 months. Yay. Can't get enough of IDBH. Your addiction course is also beyond you. You are the sage. Oh, yay. Oh, I'm so glad. The addiction course. Yeah. For any of our members, new members, please check out the courses. There's a course on addiction. It is by far the most comprehensive course you will ever find on addiction. Whether you're a parent, you have a friend, you have struggled with substance use disorders, anybody you know, anything you have, any question about substance use disorders ever, you'll find the answers in that course. It's incredibly comprehensive. So I'm so glad you guys are using it. Use it, please, 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 please. It's everything. It's just so much. And then there's also the Healing, Growth, and Change course, which is also as comprehensive and incredibly helpful for anyone, really, you know, whether you have a mental health challenge or you're just a normal person who wants to feel better. So I'm so glad that you are using it. Thank you so much for your support and happy 7-month anniversary. All right, you guys, you ready? All right, we're launching in now. I believe this is the beginning of the end. And this is it, I think. I think we're at that point. So here we go. We are going to play for you what I believe happened to John. So here we go.
Unfamiliar with the town that she didn't live in, Karen went slightly out of the way to get there, coming from the east on Cedar Crest Road. She missed the left-hand turn onto Fairview Road, did a U-turn in the driveway, and then she went back to Fairview Road. When she did so, a truck was coming from the opposite direction and was trying to turn left onto Fairview Road. Inside that truck was Ricky D'Antano, Heather Maxon, and her boyfriend Ryan Nagel, whose sister Julie Nagel was a friend of Brian Albert Jr. and had called him looking for a ride.
So we need to set the record straight here, because this might be why it wasn't clear to me. It might not be clear to everyone, but in actuality, Julie Nagel sent her brother Ryan a text message, not a phone call, a text message between 12:15 and 12:20 saying, "I'm ready to go home." Guys, does everybody understand the significance here? Just want to make sure and be very explicit. We are narrowing our window of the possible time that John O'Keefe was murdered. It has to be between the time that Ryan Nagel shows up in front of that house and Julie Nagel goes out. John O'Keefe is murdered, or at least rendered unconscious, in that time, without a doubt.
I texted her when we were coming down Cedar Crest saying, "Hey, I'm almost here."
According to Google Maps, the beginning of Cedar Crest is 1 minute from 34 Fairview.
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here.
Now, according to Ian Whiffin's report, John O'Keefe's device stops on Fairview at 12:24 and 38 seconds. But what it means is this snapshot in time had to occur after the event. So it's possible that maybe even only a handful of seconds earlier is when the car actually stops.
But drop him off. He goes up the driveway. He goes up the driveway. He goes up the driveway.
According to John's phone location data, he was moving in a westerly direction towards the house by 12:25 and 30 seconds. And Karen Reed is at the foot of the driveway. Remember, this is where Jennifer McCabe first places Karen Reed's vehicle on January 29th in her interview with Michael Proctor. And this helps to explain why nobody in the car with Ryan Nagel saw John O'Keefe walk into the house.
And then Ricky turned after them. How far ahead of Ricky were they?
Maybe 100 feet.
Could you see them the entire time?
No.
Excellent job by Microdots figuring this out long before I did.
I saw him reach the breezeway door, which is the side front door.
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan, we were talking, myself, her, and then Jen.
So, a little bit before. Gee, what could have happened just before Julie went outside to talk to her brother?
You were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask to somebody's brother in a pickup.
So it appears that Brian Higgins told the federal grand jury that he did see a tall man with dark hair walk into the house at the exact same time that Julie's brother showed up. It just so happens that this is also the time that John O'Keefe loses his life. Just before John goes into the house, he reads the "You coming here" text from Brian Higgins.
Less than a couple of minutes. I mean, it was quick.
In all of the fight research that I conducted, only one man lost his life, and he did so in under 4 seconds.
Watch how quickly this goes down. Then it's very easy to pull away from the grasp of that, which then the dog re-engages, and that's what can create multiple bites.
Mr. O'Keefe went backwards onto something that had a little ridge. But it also had some irregularity to it, to cause the different scrapes.
Someone's wearing baggy clothing or long sleeves or jeans or a jacket, you're gonna get these more shallow bites. The dog's constantly trying to get a grip on the prey. And of course, the prey item is moving away. This is what's considered shallow bite marks.
And then he texted again that he was going to leave.
So the basement had a weight room in one of the rooms, and the other room was nothing at the time. It had been damaged, water damage due to an overflowed toilet.
So part of the flooring had been ripped up.
Yes.
Then Julie Nagel went outside and...
Okay, that's not my question.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
The clothing seemed... it was wet. It was pretty well saturated. The right sleeve had some cuts to it, like tears to it. There's like blood and vomit on it, if I recall.
And as far as when you get to the police station, do you have how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station, if you know?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
And which vehicle that you've described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Rock?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry. The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And sort of typically, how would you describe how she handles situations like that, or what her demeanor is in those types of situations?
She is very calm, very calm. Previous deaths of my parents, my brother. She's the one that can get in the room, sit, relax, hold her hand.
I don't see blankets carried.
911, what's emergency?
Yes, I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
Make them feel comfortable. She's much more. I can't do that.
Although she insists that each of these calls were made unknowingly and completely accidentally, not a single voicemail was recorded, implying that she not only inadvertently made the calls, but she also inadvertently hung up before a voicemail was triggered. An absurd proposition that any rational person must reject on its face.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh my God, this is a scene.
There's nothing evil here.
So what they have done here is they have turned staring out the window to see whether or not Karen Reed is going to enter the house just after John O'Keefe is laying dying in their family room. They've turned staring in terror, waiting to see what Karen is going to do. They have turned this terrifying moment where they don't know whether Karen Reed is coming into the house or not into the time of the crime, when they somehow didn't see John's body, but were staring out the window for 20 minutes.
In fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted. You indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct?
Correct.
Every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember?
I'm not sure that I did. I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
And remember, she's staring out the window even after Karen's car is gone.
And then after the last time, which would be 5 times, 5 texts, 5 looks, after the last time you texted, you got back up, which would be a 6th time, and the SUV was gone. Just chronologically.
Correct. My husband and I were both getting up and looking, so...
I didn't ask you about your husband.
Okay.
She's analyzing the tire tracks.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street, correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said?
Yeah, across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
And you detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, like this, yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left, if I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry.
Apparently, even sociopaths get tired because she's fading out here and fading rapidly. And Jen, if you pay close attention, the more tired she gets, the more her defenses go down, and she kind of gives up fighting with Jackson. But you have to keep something critical in mind. First, these people are not rocket scientists. That is so essential to understanding what happened here. The very first set of interviews that they gave with police, they didn't quite yet have their hearts set on framing Karen Reed. So those first initial statements were, well, closer to what had actually happened, closer to reality than what would come later. And eventually, they try so hard to frame Karen that they screw up royally.
It had now proceeded further up the road, past the flagpole, past the utility box, past the fire hydrant, more in line with
That vehicle that you observed that you didn't recognize, the darker black SUV, was that vehicle in one place or more than one place during the times that you looked out the window and saw it?
Yeah, so the first time I looked, I would say it was closer towards the mailbox, maybe a little bit in front of the mailbox. And then the second time, the last time I looked out the window, it had moved further down, closer to, I'll say, the flagpole. So closer that way, it went down that way.
Way to go, Bri. Very subtle. But the fatal mistake. Okay, let me just jump in here really quick. So I'm not going to get into this tonight, but I want to mention it here. This is why the Jeep is placed where it's placed. So the whole purpose for Brian Higgins' Jeep is very intimately tied to Karen Reed's Lexus. That's its whole utility. It's so obvious, it's silly. But what helped me to see it was visually. I'm not going to get to show you here because of time, but I promise I'm going to spell it out as clear as possible very soon for you. Once you have it visually, you can see why they needed to insert the Jeep there. So originally, Jen's first statements about the Lexus are that it starts in front of the driveway and then it moves right where she places Higgins' Jeep later, right in front of the mailbox. So Karen is never really up by the flagpole. She was in front of the mailbox. But, and again, I will cover this, but I didn't have time to do it tonight. They have to, where they put John's body, they can't put the body too close to the property. They have to put him as far away on the property as they can while still having him close, right? They also know that they can't create tracks visible through the lawn. So there's some limitations on where they can put John, right? And of course, Jen McCabe's Google searches, I think they were curiosity. I don't actually think that she was involved in the placement of John. I guess, obviously, I think she was just curious because these are law enforcement professionals who would know that if police find a person laying in the cold, in the snow or in the cold, then they cannot pronounce that person to be deceased at the scene because a dead body is the same temperature as a body that has hypothermia. And there's been plenty of people that are frozen with hypothermia that are brought back to life at the hospital because once they thaw out, basically, they come back. So every, emergency professional understands that, and they would know that too. So this was also putting him outside had a lot of benefits to them. But one of the benefits was, well, he won't be pronounced. If it was summertime, for example, there's no question. You find a guy whose body temperature is 80 degrees and he's not breathing on a front lawn, he's dead, period, full stop. But they conflated that. They were able to conflate whether or not he was dead. And my guess is that, we know for sure, Scorty Bello completely winds up denying that there was hypothermia. So, it's very loaded. She does it in a crafty way. But ultimately, she says, well, he might have had hypothermia if he didn't die from the brain injury, right? So I think that the hypothermia was probably like splitting the difference with the police. Like it was a way to kind of split the baby, right? Because she knew that she was going against the cops in her office who were trying to get her to change the manner of death to a homicide. And she knew there was no car accident, right? She knew there was no car accident, period. Of course, there was no, obviously, we don't have to go through that again, right? So I think the hypothermia was like a way to kind of appease the cops because they were saying they found him, frozen in the snow. But this, of course, was a huge advantage to the people in the house because technically John didn't die on their lawn. He died at the hospital, right? On paper, even though he never had a heartbeat ever, right? So it looks better for them. The other thing is they know that if he's too close to the house, and I don't know why I cut it out. It was supposed to be here. I must have accidentally cut this piece out. I have a video of when my sister and I went to 34 Fairview so that I could show you how small this front lawn really is. I mean, it is shockingly small to the point where it blows your mind. It literally blows your mind. I was glad the jury did go to the scene because it's shocking when you're there standing in front of the house, how small it is. There's lots of other advantages to being in front of the house also, but that is a huge one. And so pretty much anywhere that you put John, you open the door for the possibility that the police are going to come in and search the house. So they basically put him as far away as they could on that lawn while still saying, well, I don't know what happened. He must have gotten out of the car and then slipped and, and fell. We don't know. We don't know what happened, but the guy never came in the house. But remember, that was the first alibi. And that's where we're about to go next. But the first thought before Karen has a cracked taillight and Jen comes back to the Minion meeting with Chris and Julie and Brian Higgins and Brian Jr. and Kevin Albert, before she goes to that meeting and says Karen has a cracked taillight, the plan is the guy never came in the house. We don't know what happened, right? But then, of course, they see the opportunity with Karen and the cracked taillight to say, oh, my God, yeah, Karen did it. Which, by the way, is so suspect by itself because if you have no idea what happened to John, how could you possibly say definitively that Karen did it? Right? You know what I'm saying? So, in other words, it's just so clear that they were trying to put it on Karen. I mean, they were going out of their way. And that's something you just don't see. Like, why would you be so invested in wanting somebody to be guilty, right? Unless you have an investment in them being guilty. But that's an oversight that these people just can't see or don't care. Right. Let's get into this. So you're going to see now, this is the part, and there's a lot more investigating to do on this piece, but it's shocking. This part, like, I don't even know what to say. It's mind blowing. So let's see it, and then we'll take a little break and hear from you guys too. Mistake that they make. Jen winds up trying to use her text messages to John after he's already unconscious as a way to say, oh no, this is how I know that Karen was still there because each time I got up and I looked out the window, oh, sorry, the storm door that she has absolutely no familiarity with whatsoever.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is opened and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I was texting and Matt was doing it too. And we were like, what are they doing in the car? Why aren't they coming in?
Each of these times, you're not just standing at the door or standing at the window, staring out the entire time, correct?
No, just looking out, being like, what the hell are they doing? And going back to my seat.
Jen McCabe gets cute and tries to make sense of all of these alibi texts and calls by saying, oh, I got up and I looked out the window and then I saw Karen's car and I texted here, ? And then I texted again, pull behind me, right? What they didn't count on was that Karen Reed's phone would connect to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at One Meadows,
That means the latest Karen Reed could have left 34 Fairview Road, according to the data we have, is 12:30 a.m.
It also turns out that the Commonwealth knew this because you remember their clown witness, Jessica Hyde? Oh, yeah. Well, in her report, she told us that John O'Keefe's phone disconnected from Karen Reed's Lexus at 12:30, definitively proving beyond any shadow of a doubt that Karen was way back at One Meadows and had been for almost 10 full minutes before Jen is saying she's getting up and she's looking outside and she's texting John, "Why aren't you guys coming in? Hello, park behind me." So she's busted and has to scramble to walk that back before the second trial.
Well, do you think this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory, it was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door. What I can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it. I saw it straight ahead. I saw it at the flagpole, and a third time further out. I cannot say with certainty, with my memory today, that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
Not to mention that she doesn't realize if you saw the car stationary and then two different locations, you had to look out 3 times. Now, you will soon see an entire video dedicated to the Jeep story because, let's face it, it does warrant its own video. So I'm not going to talk about it here, and I'm trying to dance a funny line, not doing so, because the placement of the SUV and the Jeep are very much related. The problem is that this is all in an effort to frame Karen Reed. And the thing that seems to escape these people is that they were way better off with their first effort, the initial instinct, which was the guy never came in the house and we don't know what happened, but somehow they seem to have completely thrown that out the window in favor of Karen Reed did it, not realizing that that makes them even more guilty looking. Now, and there's one more thing that I want to mention. Jen believes that it's okay to admit to the first 2 text message, getting up and looking out the window, because they are plausibly times where she might have seen Karen's vehicle out front. I remember a while back doing an analysis where it was clear that for some reason, Jennifer is separating the first 2 text messages to John. That in her mind, there's something different and distinct about the first 2 texts, the here ? And the pull behind me. But in retrospect, it's clear that the only difference is that she thinks it's plausible that Karen could have been out front. Karen was out front for the first one, the here one, but she was already gone by the time that the second one happened. Jennifer doesn't know that. And they only found that out midway through the second trial. No, sorry, the first trial. So, in other words, Adam Lally, rather than going with Jessica Hyde's story or, his own witnesses, the police who told us that Karen connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36, opening statements, he's using Jennifer McCabe's story about getting up and going out and looking out the window. So the Commonwealth based their whole case on Jennifer's testimony. And then everybody had to walk it back by the midway through the first trial, like we didn't, like nobody noticed. So she still is admitting in the first case, the first trial, that she got up 6 times and she went and saw tire tracks because she doesn't really understand just yet that that was impossible, totally impossible. And if it wasn't for the judge just being completely corrupt and biased, it's very possible that they would have been able to, highlight that and ultimately call her out on it. But the judge saves her and, even Hank Brennan, she's eyeing him throughout the entire testimony, which I will show you more of soon, to object on her behalf whenever she gets uncomfortable, which is basically constantly. She's constantly eyeing him. It's really a disgrace. These people are just disgusting. There's no way around it, actually. Because the truth is, they don't know, right? The only way they know what happened is if they're responsible. They don't know that Karen Reed did this, right? In fact, we know, of course, they know she didn't. But the point is that if you can't even allow yourself to consider that possibility, then you know what really happened to John O'Keefe. Obviously. There's a lot that I had to leave out of this video, but don't worry, you're going to see it all very soon, because in my effort to make this finale, I wound up making 4 other videos also. Turns out this story really can't be told in one 90-minute episode. So there's a lot more to come. But for now, what I want to make clear is that every one of these text messages after 11:27, every single text message and phone call to John O'Keefe's phone and all of the movement on this phone, including face IDs, opening the phone, moving the phone, all of that is the people in the house. John O'Keefe is unconscious. He is incapacitated. He is not the one engaging with his phone.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, hello. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
I have to say, this is very interesting. The fact that she says, yes, I did here, I think Jen did text these to John. So these text messages, it appears, were sent by Jennifer, by her hand, not by Brian Albert, not by Brian Higgins, but by Jennifer McCabe.
You indicated that was, you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
You know, I often wrestle with myself regarding how much testimony to leave in a video because I don't want to bore people. But man, Jen McCabe, it's so good that if you're really listening or really watching, it's too good to take out. So here she says, I never said that. And what does that mean for us? It means that it confirms for us, anytime she uses the phrase never, that it's deception. Thanks, Jen.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago, that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to John?
That's a summary of maybe the...
Did you testify to that a year ago?
To what? That when I went to the door?
If they say anything that is not a direct answer to the question, it's a tactic.
Yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text, yes.
It really is the case that she's lying in almost everything from start to finish.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022.
They would have been holding John O'Keefe's phone at the same time. Remember, all of these interactions with John O'Keefe's phone cannot be John O'Keefe. And you'll note on here that there is an answered 7-second phone call.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page. At 12:29 and 44 seconds, there was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
But the reason for that call was to originally cover their asses. In other words, the intention was to make it look like John was alive and they were talking to him, giving him directions or whatever, before they thought it through. So the very first instinct was to try to create this alibi trail to make it look like the guy never came in the house. To make it look like, number one, John never came in the house, and number two, that he may have still been alive for longer than he was. So it was to throw off the timeline. We've got to remember who we're talking about here. Two veteran, seasoned law enforcement agents. One who works for the ATF, the federal government, and the other who was an elite squad leader for the Boston Police Department. They would have been thinking about this immediately to try to cover their tracks. And this is the evidence of that very thing.
At 12:29, Jen McCabe makes the first of 7 calls to John's phone over the next 21 minutes.
So let me say here that I think during the trial, maybe the first trial, there was some insinuating that maybe they couldn't find John's phone, and so that they had to call to find it because maybe, it flew somewhere and fell, whatever. I doubt that. I think that these are all alibi texts and calls to make it look like John didn't come in and they were trying to figure out what was going on. Well, why are you guys just sitting outside and not coming in? Right? Now, note, nobody thinks to call Karen. They're just calling John 100 times, but they're not trying to text or call Karen. Brian Higgins obviously has Karen Reed's phone number at a minimum. So that's a little odd. But clearly this is in a panic mode, right? I mean, they're trying to lay an alibi without thinking first. And then that's why they're all deleted the next day, because she realizes, or they realize, oh shit, yeah, we spent the whole night calling and texting John. So initially, Jen's first instinct is to try to make it look like the guy never came in the house and starts trying to make it look that way. And then after the fact, and I'm not sure at what point, because there was time, Jen doesn't turn her phone in for a few days. So at some point in that, couple of days, they decide, okay, we got to try to get rid of these. It may have been because the strategy changed from the guy never came in the house to Karen did it. And so the thought was, we don't want those calls because they look incriminating, right? And remember, the only reason we know about these calls, they were successfully deleted. They didn't show up in her Cellbrite report. These calls showed up because of John's phone, right? Which seems like, again, if you had stopped and thought about it for 2 seconds, you would have realized, yeah, probably not a great idea because John's phone is going to have John's phone report is going to show up, going to have those calls. So, it's like, what are you thinking? And again, you don't want to give them too much credit because I think they just weren't thinking a lot and they're not that smart, right? As strategic, I guess you could say, as Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are, generally speaking, this group is just not great at lying. Neither, by the way, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert are also horrific liars. I mean, Brian Albert has such a clear deception tag that any time he utters the word so, he's lying the entire time. And he does it all the time. It's like in fact, I think it's probably the most tried and true deception tag of like anybody. So it's just very clear that these were alibi intended. They were intended to leave a trail that made it look like John didn't come in the house at the time of the crime, right after he's unconscious. But here's the other very, very important point. And this is the thing that is so unimaginable and so disgusting and so hard to wrap your mind around. John O'Keefe is alive. Like, he doesn't die within seconds, because the way this injury would have played out, his brain had to swell, and that takes 15 minutes. So at a minimum, he's alive for 10 to 15 minutes at a minimum. Could have been longer. And so John is unconscious by 12:27. So sometime between 12:25 and 12:27, he loses his life. He's unconscious. And she's already texting John at 12:27. Here, ? Exclamation point. Which means within 90 seconds, Jen McCabe is laying down an alibi. And I will tell you, just in case you missed it, you missed the last episode. I think it was the last episode. Jennifer is watching Julie Nagel go outside. She gives it up. She's so tired and she's so sick of fighting with Jackson that she gives us that. She winds up saying, I didn't see her at the truck, but I did see her walk outside. Remember, her and Nicole both tell us that by accident. So we know that she was watching. She's standing there. She's there when Julie goes out to talk to her brother. So it's not like we can say, oh, well, maybe Jen didn't know. She was upstairs in the son's bedroom looking at pictures, or she's in the backyard with the dog. No. Jen is standing by the family room door at the very moment that Julie walks out that door and goes down the driveway to speak to her brother. So they're all standing there when John is down. And at that point, they wouldn't have had time. You also have to remember, John is 6'2", 220 pounds. Even two big, strong men in shape would have struggled to move that body. Which is why I believe Chris Albert is called to the house also. I do believe that Colin leaves and then Chris comes back with the forward edge. The forward edge that winds up being what Lucky sees. I also believe, although I don't say it here, that Brian Higgins goes to the police station largely just to get on camera so that he has an alibi, to make it look like he left pretty quickly. By 1:15, he had left the house, went to the police station to switch out the Jeep or whatever, the car, to move the car. And then he went home, except he didn't go home. He went back to the Albert house to help with the whole, cleanup process. So it is very possible that an ancillary reason for the Jeep being by the mailbox, a secondary gain, is that it was there as part of the cover that they need to move John. It also could have been there to help plow the driveway out to get rid of any tracks that may have been left in the snow. Now, I'm not sure exactly at what point. I'm sure we can figure it out eventually, but exactly what time they move him out, that I don't know yet. And of course, the snow falls so much more heavily by late morning that it might not even matter, because as long as there's snow that's evenly distributed on the cars, then it looks like, nobody's been moving the cars or whatever. So, all right, let's hear from y'all, and then we will get to our conclusion. We are very, very close. Let me make this bigger and go to you guys. Okay. We have a couple of new members. Welcome, Tube Yourself. I love that name. Welcome at D the V girl. Welcome, Mark. Hello, Mr. Mark. Mark sends $9.99. Sam, sorry I missed half of this, then walked away. Oh, we had major storms come through, thunder, lightning, and hail. I finally got back around the second half. Anyway, I often wondered, what if they are listening or listing? I'm sure they listen periodically. It's fascinating to me. I don't know. I think I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't really want to know, but I think they get wind of things. I'm sure they get wind of things. I don't know that they're listening, but I'm sure that they get wind of things. Yeah, I mean, you kind of want to know, right? You kind of want to know, like, what is the scuttlebutt on the street? What are people saying? I'm sure they have to keep their pulse on it to some degree. To what degree, I don't know. But remember, they have minions too. They have little trolls that like operate on their behalf. I'm not going to get into this tonight, but interesting. If any of you have a moment, while Jen is testifying, take a look at who's in the galley. So just take a look, see if you notice any familiar faces back there besides her sister, who I'm sure is there because Jackson calls her out. But there are some other people in the background there that you might recognize that I haven't mentioned just yet, but that are interesting and beg some interesting and important questions. So thank you for being here though, Mark. And I hope that you are safe. I forget, I thought you were in Massachusetts, but apparently not. If you're having major storms, no, Pennsylvania, I think maybe, right? Pennsylvania. Well, I hope you are safe and all is well and that those storms come and go quickly. At Bellabrat for you sends $10. I don't understand. How is it that Ryan, all in the truck, were really behind Karen but didn't see John? And you're saying he's dead before Julie goes out. How is there enough time? Yeah. So, and I would have said the same thing, Bellabrat. I think had I not spent so much time researching fights, I would have said the same thing. That's exactly why I didn't give the Ryan story any credit. I didn't even give it any time. But fights can happen in such a short amount of time. Dog attacks can happen in 15 seconds. Dog attacks that are brutal and like could be life-threatening. One woman was attacked in 15 seconds. She needed like 35 stitches or something. So German Shepherd attacks specifically, by the way. But so this stuff can go down like that. And that's exactly what happened here. So first off, the fight happens in less than 30 seconds. That is how. And once you see it with your own eyes, and I needed to, if you haven't seen the fight research that I did, I separated it out and made a separate video just for the fight research. So if you want to check it out, I would check it out because that changed everything. And as I said, I watched probably 75 fights, but I only included 40 in the study that I was doing for my research for this series. For whatever reason, because they were professional fights, they were very fit men. And so it just didn't apply in our case. I wanted to know if you've got two drunk, kind of bigger guys, how long does a fight last? Because I would have thought it was 2 minutes, right? Easily. But I was way wrong. So the average fight is decided in less than 10 seconds. So they just don't last long. And even fights that seem like really long, where like 30 people get dragged in and this is how people get dragged into fights. Again, I learned all of this because of my research for this series. So you have one person who starts a fight with another person, then you have somebody else jump in to try to pull them apart. And then somebody else jumps in because that person jumped in to pull them apart. And they're not sure whether they're there to break up the fight or they're now in the fight. So all these people end up getting involved and then kind of attacking each other. And it's very messy. It's hard to see like who's doing what. Other people get beat up in the process. So what I believe happened here, and again, if you haven't seen all the other episodes, I'd go back and watch them because why I believe this is just not arbitrary. There's so much evidence here. It's a mountain of evidence that would take me hours to try to explain again now. But the bottom line is, whatever happened, I believe that the text message, the "you coming here" text was the catalyst. And I say that because Brian Higgins does everything he can, even when the texts are in front of him. He's holding paper with the text, reading the text, and he reads it incorrectly. He reads it with words that are not in the text. And what that indicates is that text message, he is trying to bury it. He does not want us to know what his real intent with that message was. And it is undoubtedly at the time of the crime, based on all of every single witness and all of the missing time that's happening at that very time. So we know that 12:20, between 12:20 and 12:27 is the time of the crime, period. We also know John isn't in front of the house until 12. You can argue, is he there at 12:23? But he's probably not there by almost any measure, because we can see him on camera at 12:18, and then Karen gets a little bit lost. So he's almost certainly not there until at a minimum 12:22. But we also know that Ryan sends that text at 12:23, and they're at the intersection at the same time. So the bottom line is that text is sent by Ryan on Cedar Crest about a minute before he shows up. It's very likely that John O'Keefe stops in front of the house at 12:24. Now remember, the 12:24 time aligns with all of the phone data. It was a window, right? It was like a 12:21 to 12:24 window. So if you go down and you look at all the data, the location data, the health data, it all lines up at 12:24. So to me, it appears like John is in front of that house at 12:24 and then sits there for a few seconds talking to Karen, gets up, checks his phone just before he's about to walk in, either in the car as he's getting out or as he's walking in. He checks the phone, sees the "you coming here" text, gets in the house, and right away he's met with Brian Higgins. And it really is the case that Brian Higgins, it seems cliche, no, it couldn't be, but it really is the case based on their testimony. This is coming from their testimony that Brian Higgins believes, at least he believes, that that text, the "you coming here" text, is incriminating. My guess is John read it as a threat. And as soon as he walked in, a fight breaks out and the dog is there, because we know Daddy has the dog with him downstairs and is probably in the family room, not just with Brian Higgins, but with other people also. So when John walks in that family room, he is immediately met with an aggressive Brian Higgins. And I believe John is probably the one, not that starts it, but says something like, "What the fuck is this? You come in here, what's this?" All that would have Brian Higgins could have said something like, "Where's your girl?" And that by itself could have started a fight, a pushing fight. But that fireplace, if you look at the head injury and you listen carefully to Dr. La Posada, she spells it out so clearly that it would have been essentially an uneven cement, concrete like surface that's uneven and has like some kind of a step to it, right? She says like must have been a little ridge, because he has a gash, like a distinct cut, and then a scraping. And if you look at that fireplace, there's a number of places where he could have gotten that very specific injury. Also note, remember he has glass in his nose? If you look around that room, Nicole has glass vases. She has glass picture frames. It may not have been a glass drink that was where that glass came from. He could have fallen into a glass table. He could have fallen into a glass vase in that struggle. And because there was aggression coming from him, Chloe then gets involved. My guess is Chloe didn't attack for no reason. She was attacking out of protection, defending Daddy. That's what these dogs do. That's what my dog would do, to be fair, right? But this is looks like maybe an 85-pound German Shepherd. I mean, she's big. She's a big girl. She's bigger than I thought she was when you look at the family photos. That's how there's enough time. And I know it's crazy. I know it, but it is immediate. And if you listen carefully, I can't freaking believe it. I can't believe that Brian Higgins tells us, a tall, dark-haired man walked into the house, and it was brief, and it was at the same time that Ryan Nagel is out front. You can't make that up. But he didn't tell that to the police. He told that to the feds. And remember, he had the queen for a day or the king for a day, whatever it's called, deal with the feds. So they couldn't use any of that against him, remember? So my guess is that he was willing to tell them that because he had immunity on that day, and it felt like he was giving them something without telling them what really happened. So that's and the evidence is so clear, Bella Brad. I wish it wasn't. I really do. But it is. I mean, it's just so clear. They give it away because here's the thing. Julie was leaving. Both Julie and Sarah are very clear. Sarah couldn't be more clear. They were leaving. They weren't like talking to Jen and they're, oh, I really want to stay. Yeah, why don't you guys stay? No. It was, we were walking out the door. This happens, and we were told we're staying, and then we agreed to it. And Sarah can't even pretend she wanted to stay. And the language is so clear, she wanted no part of it. It's so clear that she's like, not only that, 3 times in one statement, she tells us that there was conflict at the time that they were walking out the door. It is just so clear in the language. There's no way around it. There's no way around it. Believe me, I would have found a way if there was one. There just isn't. And if you listen carefully, every single one, go try to find it. I swear. And I want you guys, please test it. Go test it. Try to disprove it. Please try to disprove it. Because that's what I had to do. Like, I would never tell you, there's no chance of me telling you this so definitively if I didn't believe it. And I only believe it because of rigorous testing against it. So there's just no way around it. They stayed. And here's the other thing, Bella Brat. Again, Julie, the Commonwealth tries to hide that Julie texted her brother at 12:20 and said, okay, come get us now. Okay. We never get that text message, but we also, it's only because of Jen McCabe. It's only because of Jennifer McCabe. She says this one sentence during the first trial. She slips up and she does not make the mistake again during trial number 2. I'll tell you that much. She does not make this mistake again. Trial 1, she tells us, this was so important, that Ryan texts again and says, I'm going to leave because Julie doesn't come out right away. So not only Julie calls her brother, texts her brother to come get her, then he texts a minute away and says, I'm here, even though he's not yet here. Then he texts again saying, we're going to leave. Then she goes outside and says, we're going to stay. So it's quick. It is very quick. But you know what, Bella Brat? That's the reason. Remember, the question that I went into with this exercise, the whole question was, why can't they tell us anything that happens inside that house before John and Karen walk in? The answer is there wasn't any time for anything to happen. Brian and Caitlin and Higgins and Albert, they don't get home until between 12:07 at the earliest and 12:15 at the latest. So they don't even walk in until somewhere around 12:10, let's just say. Then Jen and Matt pull up at 12:18. And we know that because there's a phone call. She's talking to John as she's walking in. That's verified by a couple of different people. So then we know from the cell phone data and stuff that Karen and John are on the Canton Library video at 12:18. So they're just minutes away. There's not enough time for anything to happen. That's why nobody can tell us anything. And then nobody can tell us anything about what they were doing during the night. Matt is pulling old stories about the Raining Men video because from 2 days before, which is verified by Ian Withen in his report, that Raining Men video was pulled up by Jen 2 days earlier. They had nothing else happened. There was no music. There was no partying. Nothing happened because immediately upon John walking in that house, he's met with a fight and he loses his life because he hits his head, in my opinion, on that fireplace. And the reason why Karen's team has John in the garage and in the basement because of the stairs. I got that. And he does go down there. I mean, because Brian Albert gives it away that they redid the floor. And the reason he gives is deception. So I think it's pretty safe to say that where they immediately brought John, they couldn't leave him to bleed out in the family room. They had to take him into the basement. I don't know how they did it, but they had to. So he must have wound up in that extra room in the basement that ultimately gets the whole floor ripped up before they sell the house. But that's not where he starts. So these are all the reasons that I came to this. But really, if I had not watched the fight, the 40 plus fights, I never would have believed it either. You got to see it. In fact, and I said this earlier, the only person in all of the fights that I watched that literally died, he died, was hit. He was a bouncer at a club. He was hit by a drunk patron leaving the bar. He got kicked out. The patron was kicked out. And so he starts shit outside with the bouncer. He gets 3 punches into the head. And that guy, the fight gets broken up. It's 3 punches. It's literally under 4 seconds. And he dies. He kind of, stumbles away. The fight is broken up and he winds up dying from whatever injury he, got as a result of the 3 punches. So what taught me was holy crap, fights are very quick. And, he would have died right away. I also believe that it's very possible that the involvement of Colin and Brian Albert was to try to break them up, right? It could have been to try to break them up, not necessarily to fight. I believe it was Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe that were fighting. And I believe that because of Brian Higgins and his just overwhelming guilt, overwhelming desire to hide the "you coming here" text any way that he can, anytime he mentions it. So at least in Brian Higgins' mind, he's the responsible party, at least mostly responsible. But I don't think he's only responsible, obviously, because why would all of these people put their lives on the line just because he got into a fight with John O'Keefe, right? So hopefully that helps. I mean, but that's why I spent all this time on all of it, because it is hard to understand, but that is what the language indicates. And it's so clear. There's no question about it. At Dizzy Flytrap since 1999, you and the Loop have elevated our understanding of a broken justice system. I can't thank you both enough. You guys are trailblazers. You are pushing back on institutional power, the media's real job, power to the people. Wow, that's such a huge compliment. I thank you so much for that, because I agree with you. It's so upsetting to me. And that's the only reason why I have this channel, is because I was so devastated about this case that I just needed a place to go and yell about it, really. So I am so appreciative of you for your support, but also for saying that, because that's the goal, right? The goal is to try to say enough. This is ridiculous. It's unimaginable. And Massachusetts is a personal state for me. That's where I spent a lot of my childhood. My family still lives there. I stupidly thought, at least of the western part of the state, as, kind of, I don't know, a hallmark or a birthplace of justice in some respects, but obviously I was woefully misguided. At Really I See You, my God, gifted 10 memberships. Oh, thank you so much. At Really I See You. Oh my God, congratulations to all of you who got memberships or who get the memberships. That's amazing. Thank you so much. That's so awesome. At Reefer's Mom 1 sends $1.99. Need at Study Buddy. I think it says need a study buddy. Totally, right? Well, luckily for me, I have so many. I really do. I have so many of you guys. First of all, so many people working on this case. And all of us content creators we're really often in contact trying to, just kind of bring each other into what everybody's working on. And everybody's been so helpful. And now you guys check out the FOIA website if you haven't already, because there's so much information there. It's incredible. It's so helpful. Yay. Happy anniversary, Liz Rose. Oh, thank you so much. Happy anniversary, Sam. Love you so much, Sunny and Denise. Justice for John. Justice for John. Yay. Hi, Liz Rose. Always makes me smile when I see your beautiful picture. At Shelly Bean 13 sends $4.99. Hello, Sam. I'm not sure if this question was asked, but why do you think everyone is afraid of Brian, and why was everyone willing to lie? Yeah, great question. I think it's because I think it's the family also, right? Like, for some reason, I don't know if it's his reputation as a Boston police officer. I don't know if it's like stuff we don't know about what he did, but I do know that he was handpicked by the Boston police higher ups. I don't know exactly who, but he was like handpicked to be an elite squad leader. And he was told, you're going to be the leader. You pick whatever group of guys of 3-4 men or women that you want with you. And you're going to take on like the most infamous and difficult cases that we have at one point. So his name is attached to, a lot of the most infamous cases in Boston, I would say through the 90s. Like, not the generation of corruption that Rosemary Scapiccio kind of uncovered, but the one after that. So it wasn't like the 80s. I think it was like the group in the 90s that he would have been a part of. And I think it's kind of that simple. Like, he was just, thought of, I don't know, as a combination of like a tough guy, but also somebody who had a lot of like friends in high places. Clearly, I mean, it's insane the way that they just look at the district attorney and everybody jumps. I mean, what is that about? You've got Michael Morrissey, making public statements in protection of Colin Albert, has no clue what he's talking about. Didn't know anything about the case, obviously, but he was willing to, trudge himself in front of the world and make these completely inappropriate statements about Karen being guilty before she was ever sitting for a trial. So that we have that. Then throughout all of these trials, you have all of the witness looking directly. Is this normal? I don't know. Is it normal for a witness to be told, oh, just give me the eyes and I will object for you if you get into trouble on the witness stand? That kind of feels like, you know what I mean? Like, well, it kind of like, why would I get in trouble? If I'm an innocent witness, why would I have to be in trouble on the witness stand? Like, I mean, if Alan Jackson's getting aggressive, then okay, that's an obvious objection. But you got to see these guys. I mean, they are constantly making eyes if you look very closely at all of them. All of them. They all do it. Even Sarah Levenson does it to try to get objections when she doesn't want to answer questions. And the judge is very happy to oblige them. So I think the judge's role in this, I think she's very closely connected to Morrissey going back to childhood. That's what I think her allegiance or whatever is, because I can't see any other reason why. I don't think she's close friends with the McAlberts. I just think she was doing whatever Morrissey wanted her to do. I don't know how you could come to any other conclusion if you're looking at all this evidence, because I've never seen anything like this. I mean, the lying is so over the top. It's so over the top. Forever Jaded One, yay, sends another membership. Oh my God, I am so excited. We're going to have so many new members. Yay. Thank you so much, Forever Jaded One. Hopefully not forever jaded tonight. I got a bad feeling. Hello, I've got a bad feeling again. 499. Oh, you are priceless, Samantha. I admire you so much for your dedication to John and Justice. Thank you so much, Got a Bad Feeling. And thank you so much for being here with me whenever you are, because I so appreciate you. His case is a monster. It's a monster. And I will say this, my biggest takeaway, this is true for everybody, no matter what your belief is, don't overcomplicate it, because these guys are just not that smart. Like, they're not that smart. So they've gotten themselves into trouble time and again for lying in egregious, very obvious ways. So don't overthink it. Usually, in my experience so far, when I analyze their testimony, line by line, the answers are really right there. They're not even hard to see. It's just that I'm expecting it to be more complicated. So I'm like, no, that can't be. No, that's not what it is. And then I kind of blow past it. It really, I think it really is that John walked in the house. The dog was really in the living room with Brian Albert Sr. because he was home. So he felt like, oh, it's okay to let the dog out, because that's what he tells us. Like, how did I miss that? I'll never know how I missed that. I'll never know how I missed it. I can't even believe I missed it. Liz Rose sends 499. I'm crying. I never thought about them saying Nicole was cleaning. Isn't it disgusting? I know, Liz. It's so bad. But you know what? These people, they have this like very sick sense of humor. I'm not, it just really, well, if that is exactly what the implication is. Really. I can't be certain about that, but oh yeah, she was definitely cleaning, without a doubt. And how about the fact, this kills me, Vince likes to reference the Jen's Apple Health data. Now, any data that comes from Jen's phone, I don't trust at all, because Matt and his brother, they own a security business where part of what they do is like get into the back end of Cellbrite software to manipulate it, right? I mean, for security purposes, but still, that's their job. So he knows exactly how to, he has all the software, or at least the company has all the software. So they know how to do it. I have no doubt that Matt was able to manipulate the phone data. However, I'm not sure that he was smart enough or crafty enough to get into the heart rate stuff. What are you, just so stupid? He tells us, Lally asks, well, how's your wife under pressure? And he's like, oh, she's the one that's right there holding everyone's hand and making it. She's so calm. And it's like, wait, what? What did he just say? And if you think about it, the only time we see her really get upset is when she stops during the 911 call and she realizes that Karen and Carrie are making a lot of noise. And she says, oh my God, this is a scene. That's where the panic shoots through her at that moment. And then she starts manipulating the dispatch officer to get off the phone to try to calm them down. It's crazy. I mean, the 911 call is also beyond incriminating. It's so bad. So that was also like a big lead, or when I really analyzed that call, it's such a incriminating phone call. It speaks so clearly to her prior knowledge and to her guilt. But you are right, Liz Rose. I do think that there is a implication, and that the cleaning is what it looks like. 100%. Disgusting. Oh, and one other thing I took out of here. It's somewhere, but I took it out of here. So there's the cleaning, there's the implication about, oh, my mom loves to clean and all of that. And then there is, oh my God, I lost it again. It'll come back to me. There's another big indicator after the fact. Oh, Michael Proctor, Jennifer calls Proctor and says, oh, I have to go home to my kids. Can you meet me at my house instead of at 34 Fairview, where she's been all morning and all night? And he's like, oh yeah, sure, no problem. And guess who else goes to the house? Brian Albert. Now, at first, I just figured, of course, that he did that because he wanted to kind of be there to help steer Jen's interview. But now I realize he's there so that Proctor doesn't have to come to the house. He doesn't want Michael Proctor in the family room. He can't have the cops, the state police, not the Canton police, the state police in that house. And that's really important. In fact, I wonder if the Canton police are involved in this as a cover-up and frame job, and the state police are not. That's my question. I don't know that yet. I can't say that for sure, but that's the question. I am sure the Canton police are involved. But if you go back, and I know Emily's doing a lot of work on this right now, if you go back and you look at the reports about the taillight that came like after the fact, right? Even though we know that these people know exactly how to document evidence and have done so for like every other case ever, when it comes to this case, they don't document anything until after the fact when they have to or when they're busted, right? Because they got caught hiding taillight evidence. And it's written in the report that, remember, Chief Berkowitz is driving around, just happens to be going past 34 Fairview and sees taillight on the lawn. Now, remember, again, this lawn, you guys, when you see it, is so small. If you lived at 34 Fairview and there was taillight on your lawn, you would see it. Like, it's not a question of if, it's yes, I would, right? So the fact that Chief Berkowitz calls Proctor and says, oh, you got to come by, found more taillight, and that should have been like, a big screaming red flag. And it is, and it was. But, it's hard to, it's like, there's only, I think three pieces of taillight are found during the CERT team investigation. I assumed that Brian Tully was the one that put them there because he is at the Sally Port and then leaves there, goes to the house, right? Before they start the investigation. But it's very possible that somebody in the house could have done it, or that somebody from the Canton Police Department could have done it. And the state police might not have known about it, which makes sense, right? It's like, that would be the smarter thing to do. Now, they're not that smart, but that would be the smarter thing to do. If the state police truly believe that Karen Reed is guilty because they found taillight, certainly that makes sense, right? I mean, all of their behavior starts to make more sense. I would think eventually they would have figured it out anyway, but I could see a world where the Canton police are involved and the state police actually really weren't involved with planting evidence. Now, I could see a world. I'm not saying that definitively, but I could see it, right? And exactly to your point, Cece. Oh, they are definitely not rocket scientists. Also, I need a reminder. Did we ever find John's baseball hat? Yes. So John's baseball hat, right? John's hat is found at the scene. His hat is found at the same time as the sneaker? I was trying to think about that too. Let me think about it for a second more. The original search, they find glass and I guess just the glass and the blood droplets, right? That's the original search with the Canton PD. Then the CERT team. When is the sneaker? No, so when is the sneaker found? The sneaker is found by the CERT team. So the later search is the CERT team and the 3 pieces of taillight. That's the second search. I'm not sure when the hat is found. It's a good question. We have to look that up. I'm not sure, Cece. That's a great question. And thank you so much for your super chat. Kiki says, since 499, they were really stupid. Oh my God. I know. That's what I mean. The explanation of all the butt dials and deleted calls shows pure stupidity. How can I know? I know. No. I don't know. I don't know. Because they have, because they're not super smart. Like if you go back and you watch Paul, I did an analysis a long time ago, Paul and his interview that he gave with Christina Rex after the first trial, like right after the mistrial. And if you haven't seen it, I would watch it. I think it does explain a lot. Like Paul doesn't know that the CERT team, like he doesn't know they didn't find taillight until way later. Like he doesn't know the facts of the case. And that's kind of my point. I think anybody who really believes that Karen did this is not actually looking at the evidence. They're only looking, they're writing off. They're saying like, oh, it's fake news. Anything that they don't want to see is fake news, period, full stop, do not pass go, end of discussion. And then things like the telematics, which have no basis in reality at all, because Karen Reed was not driving the vehicle at that key cycle. There is no question about it. It's not even possible. That is the tow truck driver. Without a doubt, that's the tow truck driver, not Karen Reed. You see, Trooper Paul, being Trooper Paul, he just didn't ask the question, where had this car been before my testing? Now, how you could be a police officer investigating a car accident and not ask that question, I think that's probably a really legitimate question to ask, but he didn't. He clearly did not. He had no clue where the car had been before him. He just, I guess, figured it was close, like it was close enough to when he started testing that maybe that was Karen driving, and like ran with it. So, I mean, it's just so stupid. So anybody that points to the telematics and they start breaking it down, and oh, she put the car, by the way, in neutral. She put the car in neutral and then in reverse. Like it's as soon as I heard Hank Brennan say the word neutral, I was like, oh my God. The only time my car's ever been in neutral, any car that I've ever had, the only time it was intentionally placed in neutral is if it was going on a tow truck, So like, as soon as he said that, I was like, oh my God, did he just really, how did I miss that? I don't know. I probably didn't miss it. It just went over my head. It's crazy. You can miss a lot. Like, that's why I said too, the question you ask is going to drive perceptually what you hear. That's so important, because I have been staring at some of these clips countless times, like the Google search, the 223 slip up, when Jen is like, I wouldn't have let, my friend who I love die in the cold, or I never made that search at 223. And all of us were like, oh, well, yeah, because the search was at 227. But the reason why she slips up and says 223 is because 1223 is like the quintessential time of the crime for Jennifer. Because remember, she was making a timeline, and everybody knew, every witness understood that John came in as Julie and Sarah were about to leave. So the time of the crime is very clear. It's very clear. It's crystal clear. Everybody in everyone's head, the time of the crime is connected to Julie going outside to talk to Ryan pulling up and Julie going outside. All of these witnesses have it cemented into their head, which is why it leaks out during that very important angry moment for Jennifer, because she's getting upset, right? So the time of the crime comes out of her mouth during that very important moment where we're all focused on the Google search, but in actuality, she just gives us the time of the crime. It's crazy. It's so crazy. But if you listen to every single one of them, you can really easily find it, because if you go to the trial channel, huge shout out to the trial channel who made this possible, because they make my life so much freaking easier. You go to any of the witnesses and just go right to Ryan Nagel, because it's all clearly marked, and you will hear nobody will give you a time. They won't even give you an approximate time, right? Jennifer, trial 1, thank God for this. This was so important. I guess she probably doesn't know whether or not Alan Jackson actually has the texts. So she probably figures he has them. So she cops to it before she sees them. You know how she asks to see everything? Well, this is why, because she wants to know, like, what do they have on me? Do I have to say this or not? So by the time the second trial rolls around, she gets much more savvy, and she is ready with anything Jackson throws at her when he's asking about this time frame. And I think for Jackson, like, I don't really think he understands necessarily that this is the time of the crime. He kind of just thinks she's being, typical Jen, obfuscating. So he doesn't register that this is a very specific brand of obfuscation that's different from anything else, which makes sense, because how would he know? And you will remember at that very time, they have him in the garage. Now, I should have brought it into this video. I didn't. You will see it probably in the next week or so. But I also have a very specific reason for believing that this did not happen in the garage. And I will show it to you eventually. I can't do it now. We just don't have time. But I will show you why I am beyond everything you already saw, I am 98.9% sure that this happened in the family room. But let's say I didn't know that. I still don't think it happened in the garage. And there's evidence for why. So, and you will see it very soon. They're that stupid. And I don't think John's family wants to know. And remember this, Kiki, this is so important. When I was in college, I don't know how this, I was in Montana. It's like hippie land. It was a very crazy time. But without going into the details, I got involved with some people that were a little bit crazy and like paranoid and kind of shady. And this stuff happens in places like Montana. Some of you might know that. But anyway, the point is that it's very scary to think that a person that you've trusted and allowed into your life is not who you think they are. And when you have that realization, like, oh my God, this person is not who I thought they were. They are really like evil and bad. It's terrifying. It's so scary that everything inside your psyche tries to not think that, right? It's like you build a little box because it's unthinkable. Now, you've got Jen. Think about it. Immediately, she's performing for Carrie Roberts. Oh, we're trauma bonded and we're going through this together and we're just like normal moms. And, all of the performance that you see during the trial, imagine what she's like with Carrie Roberts in real life. I mean, she calls her every day, multiple times a day. She's done everything she can to make sure that Carrie is like under her thumb. Carrie told us that Jennifer McCabe has made herself indispensable to the O'Keefe family. And there's a reason. The one thing that they did that was intelligent, this is the only thing that I would give them actual legitimate credit for. And I think this was all Brian Albert. I don't think this was Jen at all. I think this was all Brian Albert, all of it. Her job after this all goes down is to work the O'Keefe family and Carrie Roberts, because he knows if he can get Carrie on their side and the family on their side, that's like a golden ticket, right? Because then the police are more likely to believe them because the family is advocating for their innocence. And you know how it is. You guys all know this. Like when we watch cop shows, it's the family that oftentimes are advocating for their loved one to keep the investigation going. They are so involved often with what the police decide to do or not do. Not always, but a lot of the time. And so Brian Albert knew that you got to get the family on your side right away. And they did. And that Carrie Roberts was instrumental in getting the O'Keefe family to trust them. And once that happened, it's so scary to believe, to wake up and go, oh my God, these people aren't who I think they are. That it's not even, it's brainwashing isn't even, maybe that is technically what you would call it, but it's like, it's terrifying. It's terrifying to imagine that, to take the time it would take to stop and think, oh my God, these people really did do this, and they have been grooming me to defend them so that they could get close to the family and know whether or not they were being investigated. That's why when the feds came knocking, remember the 5 calls that Jennifer makes? That's why those are the 5 calls. Why does she call Peg O'Keefe? Because she wants to know, is Peg going to pick up the phone? Did the feds sit down with an envelope of evidence and say, hey, we've got news for you? If Peg O'Keefe picks up the phone, then we're okay. If she doesn't, oh shit, we might be in trouble. So, that's why they have gone to such great lengths to keep the O'Keefe family close. These are very, very, very scary people to me. Very scary. Like when you stop and you look, and I encourage everybody to do this, go look. You can just Google it. It comes right up at this point, at all of the phone activity on John O'Keefe's phone that happens after 12/27. All of that movement, all of that Face ID, all of that locking, all of that can't be John. It can't be, because he's unconscious. And if it can't be John, that means that somebody is taking his phone and is putting the phone in front of his face to get it to open, to make it look like he still is using his phone until they make the decision. Because I guess, so let's think about that. They know, and I haven't thought this far ahead, so this is me thinking out loud in real time. They know that they have to try to make it look like John. Well, no, they don't know that, I guess. They don't know that. We have to look more closely at the timeline, because remember, the first game plan was the guy never came in the house and to put him outside. So the activity on the phone, but right, it's right. It's what's the terminology? It's low accuracy data. So if we want to know where that phone really is on the property and around the house, we're going to have to look a lot more closely. But based on their witness statements, like John can't be using the phone at those times. It has to be these people messing with his phone. It's so unbelievable. It's just disgusting. At Pat's Lover Bobby is a member for 3 months. Happy 3-month anniversary. Sam, you're just amazing at what you do and the time you put in. I just love your shows and investigation. Kudos to you. Thank you, Pat's Lover Bobby, and thank you for being a member, and thank you for your support. Yeah, it's a lot of work. No, it really is, though. But I mean, obviously, I will go to the ends of the earth, as I have said. We will never stop until it is quite clear what has happened here. And these people, we get justice, right? I mean, this is an egregious nightmare. And these people, by the way, look at what they're capable of. This was a friend. This was somebody they were friends with. This was a fellow police officer. And these people would have gotten off anyway. If they had called it in, 911 was Sean Good on the other end. Like they would have gotten a little tiny like baby slap. It's so instead they frame an innocent woman. It's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. So at Melinda is the real life, sends 199 and says they were looking for his phone. So you know how we're going to find that out, Melinda? I don't think they were. I think maybe they may have been for a little bit, but they have his phone and there's a 7-second call. So what we have to do, we have to look at the actual phone, John's phone, because I think like they read the text. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's activity on John's phone that makes it look like somebody's interfacing with that phone. And that would be, if they were looking for it, number one, we would know, because that would tell us if they had it and were touching it and holding it and at exactly what time, or if they were looking for it and the phone was just ringing. That's why like all that Doppler, all of that very specific, like lock action, red text, all of those are going to give us information about whether John had his phone, whether it was lost, whether they had it. I think that they very well may be alibi text that, like I said, Jen may not have been thinking. She may have simply immediately thought, well, we better make it look like he never came in the house, and just starts trying to make it look like pull behind me, question mark, right? While they have his phone. So we're going to look, but if he's, the thing is though, where could it have been? Like, where could it be? There's only so many places that it would have been able to be if it's in the family room. So I can tell you though, we'll be able to look really quickly and tell you. All you got to do is look at the phone activity on John's side and we'll know exactly when they had it or didn't have it. So we'll be able to say definitively, exactly what happened. It's crazy, isn't it? It's so fucking crazy. At Leah Baker Art sends $9.99. When did the McAlberts see Karen leave and start the alibi calls and texts, but they didn't overlap? So there's only one that overlaps. And this is what's so fucking crazy. They had to have believed it. They had to have instantly made the decision to try to cover it up. Now, I guess you could make the argument that no, there's no way around it. As soon as they made the decision, as soon as Jen McCabe texts John, here, question mark, exclamation mark, by that point, they've already decided they're not going to call 911 because she's making it look like he wasn't there. And she's standing next to him. There's no question. She's standing at that family room door, standing there, watching Julie walk out. So immediately, they start immediately. It's really terrifying. And you know what's funny? And sort of, this is kind of to Melinda, to your point. If she hadn't sent that here, like here, question mark, if she hadn't sent that and just started calling, I may have been more apt to believe that they weren't alibi texts and calls, but that they were looking for the phone. The problem is she sends that here text first. And we know he has to already be unconscious by then because we know exactly when Ryan sends the text to Julie. And we know, I just got a notification. We know that Julie, she's about to leave and then there's a conflict and that's what keeps her in the house. So the timeline is very short, right? It's a very narrow window. And that's probably what saved their asses to this point, guys. That's probably the thing that like saved their asses, right? Because if you think about it, all of us were like, no, it's not enough time. Myself included. Until I did the research to realize, oh, no. It's plenty of time to get into a fight and be attacked by a dog at the same time. Plenty of time, which is nuts. It's absolutely nuts. So we're going to look, Leah Baker, we've got a lot of work to do still because like I said, like I just was so focused on being sure about the timeline because I wanted to be sure. I wanted to make sure I was sure before I, start screaming about it and make sure that it was ironclad. And I do believe that it is as close as we're probably going to be able to get. Maybe if now so right now we're going off of Ian Whiffin's report, which of course makes me a little sus, but to his credit, now we have the Ryan Nagel text message at 12:23. So we kind of know that John has to be pulling up in front around 12:24, and that's exactly when Ian Whiffin says the car stops in front of the house. 12:24 and 30 seconds or something. So it does match up with Ryan Nagel's text message because remember, Ryan Nagel tells us he doesn't text when he's in front of the house. He texts when he's on Cedar Crest, coming down Cedar Crest, which is like a minute, a little bit less than maybe a minute. It's crazy. It's so crazy. The whole thing is so freaking crazy. At Lisa Schraber sends $5. Suppose they had John's phone. Yep. That means they let it ring every time Jen called and every time Karen. Yeah, I know. Oh, right. 50 times, 55 times. Yeah, we got to go back and look a lot more closely at John's phone data because now that we know what all those things mean, I bet you we can decode a lot of it, right? Because isn't it like a pocket state is cleared if somebody's calling and you turn the phone over, that's like a pocket state clear. Basically, you're looking to see who's calling, right? I think you don't necessarily have to have like your face on it yet. You just have to like turn it or like look at it. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's right. Remove the camera. That's what it is. Unblock the camera. The pocket state is an unblocked camera, meaning like you took it out of your pocket. So we would be able to see pretty clearly when the phone action is. And I bet you we could probably start to line it up pretty well. And guys, we're getting new material. Like all these reports, for example, the Michael Easter report, we didn't have that. And now I went and pulled up Ian Whiffin's report in like 4 seconds the other day. I didn't have all we had before these FOIA documents came in. We had anything that was showed during the trial. We could, cut and basically you take a screenshot of it. And there may have been some documents that were like transcribed or whatever, but otherwise we didn't have access to the reports. Now we're getting everything. It's wild. It's giving us so much, like much more nuanced information that's really like giving us a lot of opportunity to uncover what's going on. It's wild. It's wonderful. Huge shout out to Kyle Sharkey for the work that he's doing and these requests, and for obviously Corey and all that she's done. She's just like the most badass lawyer. She's so badass. Oh my God. Yeah. Like it's just a team effort. Everybody, everybody, you guys too. Like everybody's so important. Everybody's contributing, right? So it's totally a team effort all the way. At Brenda6461 sends $5. What in the Sam heck did Brian need to move the car for? I will not sleep till I know. Which Brian? Brian, why? Okay, you're asking about the Jeep. Is that the Brian Higgins we're talking about right now? Why is the car there? Is that what you're saying? So let me see if I can show you this. Well, on the screen right now. So let me pull this up and see if I can. Let me let me be small and this be big. So hold on one second. I'm taking myself small. There we go. All right. So if you can look at the screen right in front of you right now, I can kind of show you. Let me see if I can pull up the camera. Hang on. I have so many images somewhere of this. Let's see if I can quickly pull it up. Here we go. Yeah. All right. Okay, so if you look at the screen right now, You'll note that right now, Ryan's truck, and thank you to Microdots because I could not have done any of this without them, including figure this out. So huge shout out to Microdots. I just can't say enough about Microdots right now. But all right, originally, and somebody asked me this earlier. I'm not sure if I answered it. So what happens is, let me show you. So originally, and if you go back, it's in this video. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can find it in this video. Yeah, let me show you here. This is probably the best way to see it. Okay. Let me add this first. Walk into the house. Okay. So Karen, when she first pulls up, Karen does not pull in front of the house. She pulls in front of the driveway, and then she drops John off at the foot of the driveway, which, by the way, is also what Jen McCabe tells Michael Proctor. This is what Karen first tells us and what Jen first tells us. Day one, January 29th. She drops him off at the foot of the driveway. John walks in. Now note where Ryan's truck is. So Ryan's truck is behind it. And I went and if you go on Google Maps, map out on the street view, the route from the waterfall to 34 Fairview. And when you're coming up Fairview from Cedar Crest, you'll note that there's actually a lot more space than I remembered. I thought it was an almost immediate turn on to Fairview and then the house was on the right. It's not. It's kind of it's a curvy turn. This is a curvy road. And there's a lot of distance. There's houses and then considerable distance between the houses. Even though it's 34, there's a lot before you get to 34 after you turn onto Cedar Crest. So if Ryan is 100 feet approximately behind Karen, what happens is she stops at the foot of the driveway. John gets out before they are close enough to Karen to be able to see John get out. Then once he's out and he shuts the door, the cars are going to block the view from the truck. And it's only when Karen realizes that the truck is actually going to the same address that she then pulls up, and so that they can also pull up behind her. At first, she doesn't realize they're coming to the same place. And again, this is a very narrow road. So it would have taken her a second to realize that they weren't just going to go around her, that they were coming to the same address. That's when she would pull up in front of the mailbox, not in front of the flagpole, in front of the mailbox. And then Ryan pulls up to where Karen is right now. That's how they don't see John. It's really obvious once you realize it, right? It's like, oh, of course, because they're enough behind that they're not going to see what John is doing if they're 100 feet behind. They're not bumper to bumper coming down the street. And again, go to the street view, map out the street route. You can actually drive it kind of, right, yourself with the cursor, and you'll see that this is actually a longer street than you would think. And it's curvy with enough distance where John could have been almost at the door before they even get close enough to see him, even if he was standing right outside of the car. So that's the first thing. Now, the second thing is, okay, so let me fast forward. Hold on. Like I said, once you kind of need visuals for this to really get it. It just wasn't as clear until I saw it. And then I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I didn't see this a very long time ago. Let me just find another picture so that you can see it real clear. Here. I think this is it. Yep. All right. So now you should be able to see this. Let me remove Brenda. All right. So this is what it looks like in front of 34 Fairview. If Ricky is in front of the driveway, which is where he is, when Julie comes out, he is so specific. He actually tells us that he remembers this. I wouldn't remember this, but she comes out of that breezeway door, the side door, and she has to actually walk through the grass a little bit to get down the driveway. So he was really watching her. He watched her come out, watched her cross over the grass a little bit, and then walk down the driveway, and he was at the foot of the driveway. Karen has moved up, and you'll note where Karen is if you look at the front door. Remember where Jennifer keeps telling us, right? Like when she looks out front, oh, she's right there. She's right there. Well, in actuality, that, she's not completely wrong. But the thing is, if you have a Jeep in front of the house, Karen has to be, look where Karen's car is. So if you have a Jeep with a plow parked with the back end at the mailbox, look at where Karen's car is. Now, everybody in the house, Brian Jr., Matt, and Jen, and Julie Nagel, all tell us that they saw Karen's car move twice. So she was stationary, then move once, then move again. And remember, Matt has her in front of the, quote, Asian house, right? Matt's got her on the next yard over. Of course, not immediately, not in the Michael Proctor version of events, but, in the months later. So you see what happens when they place Brian Higgins' Jeep here? Look at where Karen's car is now. So if the goal is to frame Karen, the Jeep being at the mailbox is a very simple way to make it impossible for Karen to be anywhere but where the body eventually is. And that's what they're doing. They are trying to essentially find a way to make their statements sort of true, but also it be at the same time plausible that Karen would have hit John because John is at the flagpole. Does that make sense? So I don't know if I was able to explain that as clearly as I will, very clearly. If you give me 40 minutes, it's very clear. But basically the Jeep is positioned there to frame Karen. And that's why they don't place the Jeep there right away, because the goal originally is not to frame Karen. The goal is just John didn't come in the house. But they have, remember, they're telling us they're staring out the window for 15 minutes. They don't see an accident. They don't see John's body lying there. They see tire tracks, but they don't see John, which is impossible. It's just not physically possible. If you see how small this yard is in real life, it's just not possible. And you know that right away. But so they have to find a way to move Karen's car up, right? Karen is not in front of the flagpole. She's in front of the freaking right by the mailbox. Karen is where the Jeep is. And they have to find a way to move her up, and putting the Jeep there is how they did it. It's so stupid. It's not rocket science at all. But that's why they put the Jeep there. They put the Jeep there to make Karen possibly the one that hits John. It's so dumb, but that's the number one reason for the Jeep. There are ancillary, I think, benefits too, because I think he is there later on. He is using the plow in the middle of the night. He's probably parked there also at some point, or even maybe not right there, a little bit further up, to offer cover, to move the body. And the reason why they pick this spot, there's a lot of reasons, but there's a reason why they picked the flagpole to put John's body, right? First, they're trying to make it look like the guy never came in the house, but that he was dropped off, right? Because they watched Karen. They know he was dropped off. He walked into the house. So they're trying to make it look like Karen must not have seen him. He slipped and fell, or maybe he got hit by a plow. We don't know. It's not our responsibility to know. We don't care. So they move him over there in part to make it look like, he never came in and he was far enough away to not make it look like he had ever been in the house. so that they don't come in and search the house. But also, they got to figure out a way to get him onto this lawn without making tracks on the lawn. And the only way to do that is to stand in the road, and essentially you've got however many on one side. Let's say you got Chris Albert at John's feet, you got Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at John's upper torso, and then on a count of 3, you're going 1, 2, 3, and he is literally flown, as horrific and god awful as it sounds, into the position without, and if you notice, well, whatever, without having to walk on the lawn, having to disturb the snow, right? They're able to get him onto the lawn without disturbing the space near the flagpole. That's the only way to do it. Also, remember, he's horizontal. His body is parallel to the road. It is not what we were originally sold, which was total bullshit, that his feet were facing the road and his head was facing the house. No. He's completely parallel with the street. Like, completely. So, I mean, it's clear that's how they did it, right? And remember where the Ford Edge was? So that's what they did. They were literally, people had his head. Some people had at the arms and the top end, and then people were at the feet end, and they just swung him over there. It's horrible. They're such terrible human beings. I also think that the Jeep would have helped to make, get rid of tracks in the snow if they needed that, because he had a plow, right? So that is the main reasoning to put this Jeep there. And it's so stupid because nobody else they're so busted with this stupid Jeep. It was stupid. But again, they're not like the sharpest people in the world. They're really just not, right? They're really not. All right, let's finish this and then I will get to all of you. We're very close. I just want to get to the very, very end. Let's see. We're super close. Hang on, because I moved us. Okay, here, wait. Okay, here we go. Just 8.
Calls to John's phone over the next 21 minutes. Although she insists that each of these calls were made unknowingly and completely accidentally, not a single voicemail was recorded, implying that she not only inadvertently made the calls, but she also inadvertently hung up before a voicemail was triggered. Those calls were later deleted, and she doesn't have an answer for that either.
John O'Keefe is still alive, and they are trying to cover this up. In 2 minutes, they have made the decision, we better cover our asses? These are very, very sick people.
Of 34th Fairview, yes.
And on the line of 34th Fairview.
Yes.
Where first responders are responding, correct?
Yes.
And you say at night is screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
Yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts was screaming back at her?
Yes.
Shut up or shut the fuck up, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Think about the monster that you have to be living with this every day. To have created a whole ecosystem, a whole world, a whole universe where you swear you're innocent. We see who you all are. Each and every one of these people deserve whatever hell they are in, they have been in, and whatever hell is coming for them in the future.
Anybody else come into the house while you were there between that 12 to 12:15 and 1:45 in the morning?
No one else came in, no.
Now, no one else came into the house while you were there.
Correct.
Specifically, John O'Keefe or Karen Reed, did either of them at any point in time come inside your house while you were there that evening?
No, never.
No, neither of them ever came into the home.
And at any point in time did John O'Keefe come into the house?
No.
And at any point in time did John O'Keefe respond to your text messages?
No.
And at any point in time did John O'Keefe call you?
No. I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
Did either of those people come into your house?
No, they never came into my home.
With regard to John O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived a couple doors down, did you ever threaten John O'Keefe?
Never.
John O'Keefe ever threaten you?
Never.
Did you ever get in an argument about girls?
Nope.
Any animus or any conflict that you can recall ever between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed never entered my house.
At any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not, no.
Hey, we pretty much made it to the end. Yay, I'm so proud of us. Yay, we did it. It took a long time, but that's okay. Yay, I'm so excited. We finally did it. It took a very long time. Not just 4 hours, but a long time. I finished this today because, like I said, there's so much material that I had to really seriously select what to put in and what to take out. But there's so much more to show you. So I'm very excited for everything that's to come. But yeah, you got to sit with it. It's a ton. It's a lot. It's been a journey that I've been sitting with for weeks. And there's a lot of questions, and I get it. I really do. And it's sort of like to Brenda's 6461's questions. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, how did they do this? How did this happen? Yeah, like I said, go watch the fight research. It will very seriously clear it up, because once you understand how quick somebody can lose their life in a physical altercation, and one that involves a large German Shepherd, specifically a large German Shepherd, it's like, oh, wow, this is stunning. So yeah. And like I said, now we've got all the documents and videos. We've got everything to help just flush it out even further. But if I'm them, oh boy, this would not be good. I wouldn't want to wake up one morning and be like, oh, there's somebody on the internet saying that, this is what went down, because I'm very confident that this is what went down. Very confident. And I am, because of them. That's their fault. It didn't come from frickin' Lally, and it didn't come from Tully, and it didn't come from Proctor. Of course, for the love of God, does anything come from Michael Proctor? It came from them. Very specifically. Unbelievable. At R3639 sends $9.99. Yuri even wrote the Higgins test wrong in the report. Wow. I didn't know that. That's crazy. So when he was interviewed, that first interview where he gives over the copies of, with his lawyer, and he gives over the copies of the texts, that's crazy. Oh my God, R, thank you for telling me that. I did not realize that, but are you surprised? It's so unbelievable. I mean, think about it. He was sitting in a courtroom with the texts in front of him, and he misrepresents them. I mean, that was such a big tell for me. That just essentially screams, oh, these are really important. They would have been so much better off if they weren't so cute, right? If they didn't try to get so cute and they weren't so defensive. I mean, how about the fact that Brian Higgins tells us that when Julie Nagel's brother is out front, a tall, dark-haired man, he might as well have said with a baseball cap, like, and a gray shirt walked in. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. I just would love to know, like, what the feds know. What did they know? What didn't they know? How much of this were they aware of? What were they investigating? Were they actually trying to figure out what happened to John, or were they just trying to figure out if Karen, was responsible, or if there was corruption in the police department? Like, what were they investigating? Are they still I just want to know what they know so badly. I really, really do. And thank you for that, R. That's crazy information. At Lions Mom 3520 sends $9.99. Aussie has dissected each body cam when CPD arrived and clearly demonstrated how each one is edited. I know. You're absolutely right. It's disgusting. And she, that's the state police, right? Like Colleen Crawford. And think, I mean, how cool is it that Aussie can do that? She has such a specific skill set that is such a freaking foreign language to the vast majority of us. It takes me, I have to be in a certain headspace to even be able to understand what she's saying, because it's so obtuse and specific. But man, so grateful that she can even explain it to us, because you're absolutely right. To me, that evidence is something that hopefully, Karen's team can, because that's the kind of stuff that wins you big money lawsuits from the state against the state police. I mean, there's no way around that. I don't know how you could possibly make an argument that around it, right? I mean, it's black and white. It's like DNA. If you understand the language of computers. Now, here's the thing. I mean, I would have probably said the same thing about, the Google search, but they found a way to try to manipulate that. They found an expert in Ian Whiffen that was all too eager to prove whatever theory he came up with, absurd as it is. But you're right. You're right. You are so right. And Lions Mom, if you look at this ridiculous CARS report and then you realize, if you look at it, really look at this stupid report, and anybody can, it's on the FOIA website. You look at Trooper Paul's report, it is so clear that it wasn't Karen driving the car. And the fact that they hired Aperture and spent almost $750,000 to bring in Aperture to, I don't know what they were supposed to do. No wonder why they came up with painting your arm blue and dressing like John O'Keefe, because that's about that's what the $700,000 can do if there's zero evidence of a car accident, or even that she was driving the car. Forget about an accident. She wasn't even driving the car. It's really unbelievable. I feel bad. I know that Karen's lawyers knew that, but they had to make a decision. Are we going to, roll the dice on the judge not even allowing us to say that this is Trooper Paul's report, which is what she did end up doing, right? She forbid Alessi from mentioning Trooper Paul. Unbelievable. So they had to defend against it somehow, which was just disgusting. At Chat Signal sends $4.99. Your series has been fantastic. Can't wait for the next 4 videos. Thank you so much, Chat Signal. Oh, you're gonna love these. They're really fun. These other ones were really fun to make because they were fun, right? It's fun stuff. This one was a little bit harder because I really wanted to be clear about why I was saying this is why I think this is what happened, right? And I understand, to Brenda's point, I get that this is such a narrow window. It's so hard to understand, wait, what? But it's so narrow, but it's so clear also that this is the time of the crime. My God, they're the worst. At Bella Brat for you sends $20, 100% on board with what you're saying. Love your video on the fights, trying to wrap brain around the whole seeing John die in front of them to immediately cover. How does the brain process all of it to decide all this? I know. And the only way, I think the way that I get around that, Bella Brat, and thank you so much for your support. I'm with you 100%. In my brain, I keep thinking, when I spoke to Kevin Lenahan, when Vince and I spoke to Kevin Lenahan, it was an eye opener because he was saying, he didn't mean to be saying this really, but he was saying that, like, in even the very kind of limited interactions that he had with Brian Higgins, that Brian Higgins like had his bases covered at every step of the way. Like he had his cell phone number blocked. He would call him, but didn't leave his number or would block the call. Like the way he described it, and I don't remember the details right now. I just remember thinking, oh, like these people are operating at a different level of awareness when it comes to investigations, when it comes to crime, when it comes to defending against a crime. I mean, this is their job, right? This is all they do all the time. And Brian Albert, that's what he did. I mean, he was an investigator. He was also a bounty hunter, but he was an investigator. I don't know. I guess in the ATF, you might also be doing investigations. They both did undercover work. So they just think strategically. It had to be that they were immediately like running the show. It had to be, right? But you're right. And I will say, okay, this is another really important point. The first answer that I came up with for this question was Colin. The very first answer was, all right, Colin had to be involved directly, like not just there, but he had to be directly involved because the very first instinct was to cover this up. But then from talking to you guys, and it really has been you guys in this forum kind of helping me to realize, like, well, maybe not. They were very drunk. Like Brian Higgins is wasted. They would understand the consequences. Like, for example, Chloe was involved, and Brian Albert probably knows that in Massachusetts, there's much more strict laws about what your pets do. If your pets attack somebody and kill them, you could be held liable. So that he would know that, right? So it's possible that they would have just immediately, intuitively gone into self-protect. Others had mentioned to me, and this is a really good point too, you look at the history of these people, that's what they did in every other case. They were young, but Chris Albert, when he got into a drunk driving accident, he left the scene. He left the scene because he was drunk and he like went home and sobered up. And then I don't think they ever took a blood alcohol test, if I remember correctly. I don't think they ever gave him a test because it was like the next day. Tim Albert, remember, he gets in, he's drunk. He ends up, ramming into his girlfriend's parked car at a stoplight and then leaves a trail of damage back to 34 Fairview instead of staying and dealing with whatever happened, right? So it's possible that it's kind of like in their instinct to immediately just protect themselves, but especially if Colin's involved. So that was why to have Jen immediately sending these texts, like what other, not even, I don't know. I'm with you, Bella Brad. That's exactly right. And that's why, to be fair, I haven't sat and investigated it by itself yet because this is all really very new. So I need to sit and look at the cell phone data and say, all right, what actually are we looking at here? What are these interactions? How much did it move? When did the phone move? Was was it in a pocket state? Was the pocket state cleared? So that we can kind of get a better sense of exactly what was going on. But Jennifer McCabe sending that here text at 12:27 is really damning. That's the text that is so so damning. It's so damning. I guess you could make the argument that no, you can't. I keep wanting to though. I'm trying. I keep trying to like let them off the hook because it's just so egregious. This is a friend. And he was alive. He was still breathing. So this guy's alive. He's a living person still. And she's sending alibi texts to his phone. With a house full of people. It's that's why, again, that's another reason why it's hard to say, oh, like Colin almost has to be there, right? Almost has to be involved. Because why else would you immediately, if you're Jennifer, not Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, but if you're Jennifer, why else would you immediately try to cover it up instead of call 911? I don't know. It may take all of us to figure out the answer to that one. At Hope for Justice 26 sends 10, I think, Australian dollars. Sam, could Brian Higgins have spoke to Berkowitz first and told him the truth? Which got the ball rolling for his little immunity deal before the others thought to blame Karen. Well, it was him. It was Brian Higgins that thought to blame Karen because when, and I forget when we learned this, but so during the Minion meeting, which is to your point, after he speaks to Chief Berkowitz, Jen goes into the Minion meeting, the meeting with, Nicole and Julie and Chris and Kevin Albert. And Jen is telling them what happened. She's recounting the sequence of events after Karen came to her house and Jen says, let's go back to One Meadows and look for John there and then, or Carrie, whoever. And then they go back, right? That whole thing that includes the cracked taillight. It's Brian Higgins who says, oh my God, you got to call Lank and get him back to the house. And so then Lank and Gallagher come back to the house and they take Jen's statement about the cracked taillight. And that's what immediately starts the ball rolling with Karen being the frame job sort of starts right then and there. So I think it happened so fast that I don't know that we would have had time, but I mean, I think it's very possible that Berkowitz did know. I think it's very possible. I mean, these guys were together that very day, right? And everybody, all the police, one of the things that's like a common denominator, Yuri Buchanan does it, Sean Good, Mike Lank, obviously Michael Proctor, all these cops, Paul Gallagher, protect Chief Berkowitz. If you note, his name pretty much never comes up during either trial, during the actual trial. Like they will not throw him under the bus. They will not throw him under the bus. It's wild. So it's very possible that, he was the ringleader. I mean, for all we know, remember he retired pretty soon after that. And then he dies pretty soon after that. And I got to tell you, I mean, I'm, as a psychologist, if I'm a police officer, I'm the chief of police, I'm a do-gooder, I'm doing stuff all over the world to help people, which is what he was doing. If I know that I was involved or even had knowledge that my friends were responsible for the death of a police officer, and now everyone's actively framing an innocent person, I got to believe that's going to weigh on me pretty heavily. And any issue that I am having physically is going to be exacerbated 1,000-fold by that kind of stress. I mean, without a doubt. So I've certainly thought about it many, many times. I think we have to consider it for sure. At Kiki 3JS sends $4.99. The cars in the driveway show just how small. Oh my god, you have to see. You have to see it. You will see at least the video that I made. I don't know why it's not in this video. It was supposed to be, but like I said, I accidentally took it out. You got to see it. You got to see it to believe it. I really believe that if you had, like, if it was, if there was another person the same exact height as me, and my feet, we were head to foot from the front stairs, we would be head to foot to the front stairs to the street. Like, it's that small. It's so small. It's so small. It's so small. It's really small. And it's interesting. I love the Microdots images because they help so much with just getting perspective. But even those images make the lawn look bigger than it actually is. Like, actually way bigger than it actually is. I can see it still in the corner here. That's the driveways. It's not the driveway, that the actual lawn itself, both lengthwise, so both going the long way and from the front door to the street, is so short. I think they have a pretty big backyard actually at this house, right? They had the pool, and then that fence goes pretty far back to the tracks, the railroad tracks in the back. But the front yard is so small. So small. It's crazy. At Shelly Bean 13 sends $4.99. Do you think there's a text message between Proctor and the O'Keefe family? Who gave Proctor John's ring video? So I think the ring access came through John's phone, because John had, remember, maybe we don't know this, but he was actually showing his friend Michael Camerano the ring footage at CF McCarthy's. You can actually see him at one point showing him the ring footage. He watched it from the app on his phone, and I remember Proctor being the only one who had accessed John's phone. So there was nobody else but Michael Proctor that had access to John's data around the ring stuff. The only person who accessed it was Michael Proctor. So, Karen never went and got into the system to delete videos. Remember how the O'Keefe family tried to say. So Yuri Buchanan straightens that out for us during the second trial. So he actually had to go into John's phone and the phone app to delete videos. And we know they were deleted because David DeChico was tasked with watching videos and keeping notes about what the videos showed. And he kept a little note, like a Post-it, that said, Karen gets back to the house, or whatever time that was, that she was back by 12, 30 or whatever time it was, 36, sorry, that she gets back. There was like a little note that made it clear that that's, what the video was of, but there was no video itself. So I don't think the O'Keefe, see, it's funny. Like, I don't think the O'Keefe family has any idea about any of this. Like, they truly think that, like, Karen Reed and Turtle Boy brainwashed all of us. Like, and I think they think that because, obviously John's mom didn't like Karen at all. And Karen didn't seem to like John's mom. At the time that this happens, John's parents are separated, and John's father is sleeping on John's couch at One Meadows. So after he dies, John's mom, I believe, moves into the house at One Meadows to take care of the kids. So I don't know if the parents are together now, but they were separated at that time, and Karen was closer to his father, not to the mother. Remember how worried Karen is about John's mother raising the kids? Like, that's a real fear for Karen. That's why she's like freaking out about the kids that morning when she finds John, right? That's like the one thing she keeps saying, oh my God, the kids, please take care of the kids. She's so worried. It's crazy. So I think the problems with the O'Keefe family long predate this event. And I think that's probably the real problem. We totally need a gala, right, Jennifer George? We need a gala. I know. We so need a gala. We need somebody to, I agree with you 1,000-fold. The problem is that I do not have time to organize a gala. I would love to, but I do not have time. So we're going to have to find somebody else that can organize it. Or like a little group that can organize it for us, because I think we need one too. And, like we could raise so much money for Karen and Aiden for their trials, for their civil case, right? To defend against this nonsense. We really could. So we have to do it. I totally agree. It would be so much fun. We think about how many people we could get to come. I mean, it would be a blast. We'd have people from all over the world that could come. It would be so much fun. I'm with you 100%. It's in my head too. We got to figure out how to make it happen though. Jennifer, 100%. At Lions Mom sends $4.99. It took them all of 60 seconds to decide to frame Karen and deceive the O'Keefes, file bogus lawsuits, and collect donations. I know. And I think they feel very entitled to it because they feel like they're under attack. Remember their speeches about how they're being harassed, and it's insane. I know. It's totally insane. At Nephthys sends $5. Yes, and to solid work. Colin as Brian Albert's son on swindling low as about link that start lie chains plus glue survival emo. Bev is related to Jen. Oh my God. Well, that certainly makes sense. Right? I mean, is that true? I remember hearing that Bev did have a relative with somebody in common, but I didn't know it was Jennifer, if that's true. Oh, God. Could you imagine? Oh, my God. At Beth Salter, member for 4 months. In my mind, this gave Jen an opportunity to be a hero and earn respect. She's always felt less than. This made her important. Oh, well, she's very, very close to him. Oh, yeah. No, she's like his little minion, right? 100%. I think that's probably pretty fair. Yeah, she's definitely gotten, there's sidekick, that's elevated her for sure and made her very, very important to Brian Albert. Very, very important. She's all too eager. This is like, Jennifer is like a drama, like it oozes out of her. So she's tailor-made for this responsibility. 100%. 100%. Oh, yay, we have new members. Yay, we got the members. People are getting the memberships. That's amazing. At Destiny McMillan 6407. Welcome to our little club. I'm super excited that you got the membership. Don't forget to check out member benefits. Daniel Sammy sends $4.99. Do we think that Colin was involved in the punches to John? Yeah, right. You're right. The knuckle picks. So first, I guess it's pretty clear to people that box that the injuries were too far apart to be from that night, but they could have been re-injured very, very easily. So that's number one. I think it's very possible, whether it was to punch or to punch John or to break them apart, or in some way, one way or another, I think Colin was involved. I do. I think there's really, he kind of has to be. You will see why. It's way too much for me to try to say right now, but I have a long list of reasons. So to what degree is really the question. How much involvement does he have? What was the nature of his involvement? Was it, he could have been, and I'm giving him every benefit of the doubt, he could have been trying to break it up and John falls because of it. He pushes him inadvertently. I doubt that, but you're dealing with very large drunk men, and Colin is a big boy too, much bigger than Brian Albert wants us to believe, for sure. Neffisness sends $5. Hearing your educated, dire warnings and opinions about holding this secret could help in waking up and walking away from the madness. Yeah, it's very, very dangerous for all of these people, everyone, all of them. And I mean, they have to know it, right? They have to know. First of all, like, Colin is traumatized to the extreme. I mean, you could see it. It's clear as day. This kid is going in the middle of the summer. He walks around like in a disguise just to go to his father's pizza shop. He's paranoid. He's always looking over his shoulder. It's like, this is not, number one, if you had nothing to do with this, you might be like a little bit, maybe less eager to go world traveling, but consciousness of guilt is a very real thing. If I feel like I did something wrong, then it seems like everybody knows it and everybody's looking at me. If I didn't, then it doesn't. Even if I think people are. Does that make sense? So unfortunately, this is a very serious problem for all of them. I know, for example, one of the things that came out in this most recent FOIA email document list is a letter from Jen McCabe's father saying that one of his granddaughters has been sent out of state to go to rehab. Now, I don't know what it was for because he doesn't say, but he's saying already one of my granddaughters that's exactly what he says, has had to be sent out of state for mental health treatment. So it's certainly having an effect across the board and a residual effect at that, right? And of course it is. How could it not? They, like the assholes they are, dragged their whole families in. They dragged all the kids in. They dragged Allie McCabe, which was like the dumbest thing ever. They dragged Tristan in, who couldn't become a police officer after this. It's a disaster. And all these people, it's a disaster for all of them. All of them. Caitlin, all of them. Caitlin works at like the Attorney General's office or something. Could you imagine? I mean, she's a performer and probably an alcoholic, so she'll, it'll eventually, erupt into the disaster that we all expect it will become if it's not already. Because you fundamentally cannot go through life like this and expect not to have massive, horrible consequences one way or another. Whether you ever face a day in jail, your life is going to be forever screwed by this kind of thing. Unless you are truly sociopathic. And I don't think the majority of these people are. I mean, look at Brian Higgins. It's like, this guy must be like seriously sitting at home, like watching his, all the camera monitors that he has on every inch of his property. If he knew that Aiden Carney in his girlfriend's car happened to be doing a U-turn down his street. What? How do you even know? How do you know? Why do you care? How do you see it? Like, it's just crazy. It's so crazy. At Pat's Lover Bobby, gifted 1 membership. Yay. Thank you so much. That's awesome. We have so many new members tonight. It's so exciting. And Robert says random dono. Robert M6QE. Thank you so much for the 573. That's a very random dono. You are correct. Thank you so much, though. I so appreciate you. At DP Max Effort sends $9.99. I don't think they knew he would die right away. He was out cold, vomiting, and having seizures. Were they letting him sleep it off? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's a good question. I mean, it's an interesting consideration, but if they were letting him sleep it off, think about that though, then how would you explain the text to his phone? It's a good question. I have to believe that you've got two veteran, seasoned law enforcement and military, one who's in active, seen active combat in Iraq, the other who is a trained medic, in the Army, tactical medic at that, and you've got a nurse in the house. I don't know that they wouldn't have known. I think they would have known. I think there's no, if they, maybe you're right. I might be giving them too much credit, but my feeling is instinctively that they would have known he was going to die. So they didn't think he was going to die right away, but they knew he was going to die. If they thought he was salvageable, I have to believe that they would have called it in, right? If they thought that he could be saved, then you call it in. So to me, the only reason not to is he's not dead yet, but we know he will be. And we have to be sure. You have to be 100% sure. Right? You'd have to be 100% sure. I don't know. It's a great question, though. I don't think you could explain it with sleeping it off, because then you wouldn't be alibi text and calling. Yeah, it's a really good question, though. It's a good question. I mean, I think it's warrants a very real consideration. We have to kind of like try to play through every scenario possible, because this is wild. I mean, the implications are wild. Really, they're wild. At Lika G sends $9.99. Sam, your study, effort, and dedication is golden. I'm so much with you. Respect, girl. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate you. Appreciate your support. And respect back. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, just this case baffles me. At Sri Landon sends $4.99. Why not try and rush him to a hospital? Exactly. Great question. Small town Canton has to have a hospital. Would have saved all the mess. Exactly. Right. Exactly my point, Sri Landon. 100%. You have to be, even if you don't think he's savable, even if you are 99.9% certain, you call it in. Like, you call it in. You call it in. What world would any of us, especially a friend, and think about it, they know this man's story. They know about the tragedy and his freaking niece and his nephew. Like, how do you not call this in? I don't know. I am with you. I completely understand what you're saying, and I don't know either. And that's why it's like, how do you get around this? And how in my head am I going to work this out? Because this is insanity. It means they are very bad. There's like almost no way around that fact that they have to be very bad people. But they have to believe, I mean, so I don't have to believe that they have a decent rationale for what they're doing, but they do. They have to believe that. So what we have to try to figure out is, what is the, rationalization that they're using to be okay with their behavior? That's what we're really trying to get to the answer to, right? It's not going to be one that I think is a good idea. Because I would have called this in no matter what the circumstances, no matter who was involved, whether it was my kid, whether it was me, whether it was my fiance, no matter what, we're calling it in. I'm not going, I personally do not want murder on my conscience, or I don't want to go to jail, and I want no possibility of prison. So I'm going to roll the dice with 911. But these are law enforcement professionals. So I think that's part of the problem. Right? From our view, we're not. I mean, at least the majority of us aren't. Maybe what we need is to speak to an investigator to find out what they would say. Like, if you're in this situation and you make the decision not to call 911, what would you be thinking? Maybe that would help us. It's possible. We may have to find a seasoned law enforcement professional. At Leakage sends 199. Jen has technically killed John by denying CPR. Don't even get me started on denying CPR. I see those words and my brain starts exploding. She's such a sick puppy, Jen McCabe. She really is. She's the one I have obviously the hardest time with because you're a mother. You have 4 freaking daughters. What is wrong with you? How could you possibly rationalize this? Your niece and your nephews are in the house, right? You bring your adult daughter into this to give your nephew an alibi. She's disgusting. It's disgusting. There's a level of entitlement with these people because of their law enforcement and political connections that is really wrong and disgusting. And I think that's probably the thing, Tree Landon, that is critical to understanding how this goes down. There's some kind of entitlement here that we're missing. There has to be. All right, you guys. Wow. This has been a marathon, 5 hours. Holy shit. Definitely hit the like button if you haven't already, because we've been here forever. It's been a crazy long night. Don't forget, on Sunday, 2:00, Turtle Boy Live. Be there. Me and Loophole Lawyer will be there. And I can't wait to see you guys then. Everybody enjoy the rest of your evening or morning. And I will see you Sunday, hopefully at 2:00 on Turtle Boy Live. Denise, you're the greatest ever. Thank you for everything that you do and for keeping me on track. And everybody enjoy your night. Bye, guys. Bye.
It is the defense counselor's duty to protect the rights of the individual, as it is the prosecution's duty to uphold and defend the laws of the state. Justice for all. Only we have a problem here.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
This is me reminding you to like this video. Like the video. I promise if you get up right now and you like this video, I will never sing again. Comment, subscribe.
Get along, screw.